entity or personnel as being associated with Cocaine Anonymous. If you please keep that in knowledge strictly to yourself. If there are members from the press here at this convention, please make yourself known during the convention to our chair, Maarten. Please do not contact members of CA individually. If present, you will please stand, Maarten. Is he already here? No, not yet. Cocaine Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, that they may solve their common problem and help others to recover from their addiction. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. There are no dues or fees for membership. We are self-supporting through our own contributions. We are not allied with any engaged in any conversations. We are not allied with any sects, communications, politics, organizations, or institutions. We do not wish engage in any controversy, and we neither endorse no purpose or any cases. Our primary purpose is to stay free from cocaine and all other mind-altering substances, and to help others achieve the same freedom. It is a custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read "We Can Recover" as adapted from the CA storybook. I have asked Ian to come up here and read this for us.
Good morning. I'm Ian, and I know you won't believe me, but I'm a cocaine addict. We can recover. Welcome to Cocaine Anonymous. We're all here for the same reason: our inability to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. The first step forward is admitting that there is a problem. The problem, as we see it, consists of an obsession of the mind and an allergy of the body. The obsession is continued and irresistible The obsession is a continued and irresistible thought of cocaine and the next high. The allergy creates an absolute inability to stop using once we begin. We wish to assure you that there is a solution and that recovery is possible. It begins with abstinence and continues with practicing the 12 steps of recovery, one day at a time. Our program, the 12 Steps of Cocaine Anonymous, is the means by which we move from the problem of drug addiction to the solution of recovery. 1. We admitted we were powerless over cocaine and all other mind-altering substances, that our lives had become unmanageable. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. Humbly asked Him to remove our shortcomings. Made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to addicts and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Cocaine Anonymous is a spiritual program, not a religious one. In CA, we believe each individual can choose a higher power of his or her own understanding. In short, a God of his or her own. No one comes into Cocaine Anonymous to find God. We came into these rooms to get rid of a terrifying drug habit. Look around this room. Yeah. You are surrounded by people who came as a last resort. We came into these rooms emotionally, financially, and spiritually bankrupt. We have experienced all sorts of tragedies as a result of cocaine, drugs, and/or alcohol. We have lived many of the same horrors you have, yet today we are free from the misery, terror, and pain of addiction. Maybe some of us were worse off than you. Maybe some of us didn't hit as low at bottom as you. Still, the fact remains that those of us who are recovering have come to believe that a higher power of our own understanding can restore us to sanity. There is a solution. We can recover from addiction one day at a time. It is possible to live a life filled with faith and courage.
Thank you, Ian. It's also custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read who is a cocaine addict, and I have asked Thomas to read this.
Good morning, my name is Thomas and I'm an addict. Who is a cocaine addict? Some of us can answer without hesitation. I am. Others aren't so sure. Cocaine Anonymous believes that no one can decide for another whether he or she is addicted. One thing is sure, though. Every single one of us has denied being an addict. For months, for years, we who now freely admit that we are cocaine addicts thought that we could control cocaine when in fact it was controlling us. I only use on weekends, or it hardly interferes with work, or I can quit, it's only psychologically addicting, right? Or I only snort, I don't base or shoot, or it's this relationship that's messing me up. Many of us are still perplexed to realize how long we went on, never getting the same high we got at the beginning, yet still insisting and believing, so distorted was our reality, that we were getting from cocaine what actually always eluded us. We went to any lengths to get away from being ourselves. The lines got fatter, the grams went faster, the week stash was all used up today. We found ourselves scraping envelopes and baggies with razor blades, scratching the last flakes from the corners of brown bottles, snorting or smoking any white speck from the floor when we ran out. We, who prided ourselves on our fine-tuned state of mind. Nothing mattered to us more than the straw, the pipe, the needle. Even if it made us feel miserable, we had to have it. Some of us mixed cocaine with alcohol or other drugs and found temporary relief in the change. But in the end, it only compounded our problems. We tried quitting by ourselves, finally, and sometimes managed to do so for periods of time. After a month, we imagined we were in control. We thought our system was cleaned out and that we could get the old high again using half as much. This time, we'd be careful not to go overboard. But we only found ourselves back where we were before, and worse. We never left the house without using first. We didn't make love without using. We didn't talk on the phone without coke. We didn't fall asleep. Sometimes it seemed we couldn't even breathe without cocaine. We tried changing jobs, apartments, cities, lovers, believing that our lives were being screwed up by circumstances, places, people. Perhaps we saw a cocaine friend die of respiratory arrest, and still we went on using. But eventually, we had to face the facts. We had to admit that cocaine was a serious problem in our lives, that we were addicts.
Thank you, Thomas. This convention is made possible not only from registration fees, but also through the generosity on voluntarily contributions. While the traditions are being read, we will pass the bucket in keeping with our 7th tradition. Our new friends do not need to feel obligated to contribute. Please remain quiet while the basket is being passed. I put the 2 baskets on the corner of the stage, so if the people on the corner will take them and pass them through, please. Thank you. The 12 traditions are to the group, but the 12 steps are to the individual. I have asked Luca to read the 12 traditions for us.
My name is Luca and I'm an addict. The 12 traditions of Cocaine Anonymous. 1. Our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CA unity. 2. For our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. 3. The only requirement for CA membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. 4. Each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or CA as a whole. 5. Each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to the addict who still suffers. 6. A CA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the CA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7. Every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8. Cocaine Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9. CA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10. Cocaine Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the CA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal and anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. 12. Anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities.
Thanks, Luca. This morning, we are most fortunate to have Gabriel from Denmark as our speaker, and I have asked Michael to introduce him.
My name is Mikkel and I'm a drug addict. When I came into recovery, people told me to get a sponsor, and I don't know which one I have to choose. So one day a guy patted me on the shoulder and said, "I'm your sponsor." And I feel really blessed for that because Gabriel told me the language of the book, you know. So we have the equal language, and I try to speak that to my sponsees, and he told me how to study the book. I'm really blessed for that. So before really getting into the big work, I was chain smoking cigarettes on my patio, calling him with my problems, and he always said, "It'll be fine, it'll be fine." And he was asking all these questions. How is this? How is this? And I think, this guy, he looks too good to be a former drug addict. He must be a cop. So I asked him, "If you're an undercover cop, you have fucking to tell me." And yeah, he wasn't. You can see him in a bit. He looks a little bit like an undercover cop. But truly, man, I love you, and I'm so grateful to for you to show me the big book. You know, and now we're studying it again. I learned so many things, not about only addiction, but about life. You know, so we're really blessed to be here. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Yeah, 45 minutes. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Hi, my name's Gabriel and I'm an addict. And I can speak standing up normally, all right? So I don't need to bow down like this. Woo! It's great to be here, and thank you, Mikkel. We have been pretty much all over the world together, traveling, going to CA meetings, and we were in LA, and everyone there called him Miguel. Here in Holland, he's called Michael, but his name is Miguel. I chose Miguel to come and introduce me because this guy, he, from day one, he just did the work. You know, he got a sponsor, and he just turned up. You know, when we said, all right, let's meet at this time, and this time he was there. And within his first 6 months, he got told he had cancer. And he, at the same time, also had a pregnant wife on the side. Right? And, you know, he managed to do the steps. And, you know, when you had 3 months, you know, going to cancer, what are they called? He took on other sponsees. So that's why I chose for him to come up. This is a very special person to me. And the same with everyone here from Denmark today. You know, you guys are hungry for this program. You know, that's what it's really all about. It's always so much easier speaking about other people. But I was that guy that when you were out partying, and you saw him at one party, and then you turned up at another party, and he was there too, and at a third party he was there too, and your friend saw him at another party. That was me, you know, and you know, people used to say, like, does this guy even sleep? I didn't sleep, you know. And, you know, I would go 14 days at a time. If I slept after 4 days, you know, I was really taking it easy. And I didn't sleep because I wanted to sleep. I slept because my body couldn't anymore. And I basically just fell asleep where I was. You know, and I have memories of, like, waking up in the middle of one of my friends' lounge room floor. There was actually a party there, and they had closed the whole party because I was lying there, and I had drugs and money and shit all around me, and I was just in the middle of the lounge room. And I woke up, and I thought, fuck, I've got to go to that party. And, you know, I start calling around, checking out, you know, where is everyone? And I had been sleeping in there for 2.5 days. So, you know, that party was long gone. And that's kind of how I lived, you know. And, you know, and when I went partying, I used to mainline, and I used to have, like, a row of syringes, like, for different times, you know, from when I was slowly coming down, I needed a bit of this, you know, the perfect mixture, right? Us addicts, we like to control things. I like controlling that too. But they were my good days. And I think I'm gonna go a bit back to my earlier days. So I grew up in a place called Christiania, kind of like Amsterdam. They smoke a lot of weed there. I kind of got high when I was in Amsterdam. I don't know. I don't know if I have 8 years or 1 day today. No, but and you know, I went to kindergarten there, and it was like this hippie commune, and you know, it was pretty wild. And there used to be like wild dogs running around and stuff. And my parents, you know, they were hippies, and you know, my mother was very loving, and she was the person who made sure that, you know, I was looked after. And my father, he was also loving, but he was the exact opposite. And you know, stuff was going on because I have memories of making weapons for my father, and making poisonous concoctions for the fridge for the robbers who were gonna come into the house. So shit was going on. I mightn't have been conscious of it, but in my subconscious. And when I was 9, I moved to Australia, like I was telling over here. And we were only going for like 6 months. And we ended up staying. And you know, I'd moved from my family, I'd moved from my father. And one night, you know, in the night time, I used to jump out on the windowsill, and I found this tile that I found in the back garden, where I had written, "Dad, I love you." And I used to sit and look at that tile and cry to myself, you know, hidden away from everyone else. You know, and this just goes to show how I was building up all these this luggage, you know, and I didn't want to show other people my emotions, you know. I wanted to seem like that happy kid that had no problem. And my mother also asked me, you know, do you want to stay in Australia or do you want to go back to Denmark? And I was like, for her sake, I said, let's stay in Australia. Yeah, so, you know, I have all this stuff that just grew and grew and grew and grew through the years. And all of a sudden, I start partying. That was kind of where I was at. And, you know, everything's going well. Making good money, partying, sleeping every once in a while. All of a sudden, you know, everything goes downhill, and I end up in the street. I end up living underneath a staircase in an apartment building. You know, I'd have to find places to sleep every night. You know, I had isolated myself at this stage from my mother and my stepfather, who were always there. And you know, when I was in the club scene, you know, like, I thought I was the man. And then everyone that I knew from the club scene, they used to walk around me. So here was this guy that thought he had his shit together, who was now living on the street. And it's funny, as time progressed, me and my mother, I spoke to my mother, and we made an arrangement that we were going to come to Denmark together. And we got passports made, and we got passport photos taken and stuff. And I have the photo in Australia. I had chili red hair, and I hadn't slept for like 7 days when I got the passport photo taken. It's a great memory to look back at. But anyway, the day comes that we're supposed to come back to Denmark, and I don't show up. And you know, my mum, she comes to Denmark without me. And my grandmother, you know, she used to film everything that happened. And I'm looking back, like this is like a couple of years ago, looking at one of those videos from that time. My mother was sitting in my grandmother's lounge room, you know, smiling and that, and I could see beneath it she was worried about me and how I was. And on the answering machine at home in Australia, after it was like, by this time I hadn't seen her for over a year. And on the answering machine, after the normal answering machine, it would say, Gabriel, if that's you, could you please call us? We're very worried about you. They didn't care what other people thought of where I was. They just wanted to know that I was okay. And 2 years go by. And by this time, I'm dealing in like a squat that was pretty fucking mad joint, right? And usually it'd be full of people. And there'd be one guy who'd sit by a landline phone, and he was the only guy who answered that phone. But on this very day, I was the only person in there, and the phone rings. And I pick up that phone, and it's my mother. And I just remember her saying, Gabriel, is that you? And I just remember this pain just hit me, you know, like I didn't know what to do. And the only thing I could think of was how the fuck do I get out of this? Because the pain was so immense. Even though I was fucked up 24/7, even that couldn't do it. So I managed to speak to her for about 30 seconds, and then I put the phone down. I just couldn't manage it anymore. And it wasn't because I didn't like my mother. You know, I love my mother with all my heart. But the pain and you know, the feeling of not being a good good person to my mother and in general. And the thought of, her seeing me, like, what state I was in at that stage, I didn't want that. And by this stage, I'm in and out of jails, and everything's going the wrong way, and I managed to get like a pretty hard sentence, and this is kind of where God kind of comes into my picture. So I get done for some pretty crazy shit, and I get put in the cells under one of the courts called Ballarat Magistrate Court, and my sentence is taking place in something called the Melbourne Magistrates Court. And the day before my sentence, I get driven to the Melbourne Magistrates Court. But the prosecutors think that the case is in the Ballarat Magistrates Court. So when the judge finally is reading up my sentence, 2 years for this, 1 year for that, 2 years for that, and they just keep reading, and my stepfather's sitting in the front row, and tears are just running down his face, and I'm sitting up the back laughing, thinking this is ridiculous. I just didn't care, and the judge says, but because the prosecutors aren't here today, we're going to give you 6 months, and 3.5, you're going to go in and sit for 3.5 if you get done again. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? And while I'm doing time within these 6 months, I'm having these 2 series of dreams. So one of them starts off with like dark, murky waters, with sharks and all this kind of stuff, and it's kind of like like a series, shit happens, and these waters get cleaner and cleaner for every time I dream about them, and the last dream I have about them is I wake up in a bathtub full of clear water. So this water kind of symbolizes emotions, that kind of stuff, and the other dreams I was having was that I learnt to fly. It took like half a year to learn to fly. So I used to be able to jump. And that kind of symbolizes, trying to escape, right? And that was also God preparing me. And at that same time, I made a commitment that I was going to come back to Denmark. And I was going to start my life over there. Because the problem was the network that I had, it was my friends, and it was the Australians, because they didn't understand me. And if I moved back to Denmark, people would understand me there. Right? It would be a lot different. Yeah, it wasn't. And I came back to Denmark, and funnily enough, that network that I left behind, I met the exact same network in Copenhagen. How's that? And I met my father. He was part of that network, and I didn't know that. And he was actually living in a shelter. He was living in like a men's shelter. Everyone knows it. And on that very day, so my decision was when I moved back to Denmark is, I was going to get a work. I only dealt drugs all my life, so that was a pretty big thing. And I was going to pretty much stop doing drugs. I was just going to drink. And obviously I didn't know anything about any fellowships at this stage. And on the second day or first, no, it was the first day. First day that I met my father, we went and smoked crack together with his friend, right? And and that, it does show how fucking crazy this disease is, doesn't it? And I went to meet him at this shelter, and I was sitting there and I had this new watch. It was it was a fake. but it was shiny, right? And I felt special, and I was sitting there looking at these other guys, these homeless guys, you know, like I'd never been homeless. And, you know, I felt better then, and I was like, oh my God, I never want to be like this. And, you know, some months go by, and, you know, I'm dealing again all of a sudden. And shit goes wrong. And I lose my apartment. But luckily, I have a father who loves me, and he manages to get me a room on the floor underneath his in the same building. So the people that I looked down upon, I very quickly became part of. Right. So now I'm living on the streets, and I'm living in a shelter, and my life's fucked up. I'm using even heavier than I was before. I'm weighing 57 kilos. I don't know, what do you guys shoot? Holland is kilos, right? Yeah, cool. It's like about half of I'm a bit overweight now, but you get the picture. And, you know, I didn't want to commit suicide. And, you know, I had accepted that I was just going to die like that. You know, there was no way out. It was just the way it was. And it was just about getting my next fix. Didn't matter about anything else. And my loving mother, she moves from Australia and she comes to Denmark, and she tries to find me. And she used to turn up from an alleyway, like she'd pop, hey Gabriel, would you like something to eat? You know, and stuff like that. She'd been talking about talking with some fellows from some fellowship, and that kind of told her how to approach me. You know, and most of the time I'd only say yes if she gave me some money, so I would go give a hit. And one night, I don't know how she did it, but she managed to lure me home to my grandmother, and for us to eat some dinner together. And when we had finished the dinner, obviously I only had one thing on my mind. You know, I asked her, Mum, you know, have you got 200 kroner spare you want to give me? And you know, all through the years, all through all the shit that I put her through, you know, she had managed to keep that stone face. But on this very night, she just broke down. Tears just started squirting out of her face. And they did mine too. And, you know, we just held each other. And God stepped in once more. You know, and I thought to myself, this time, I'm going to do something. I'm going to do it, not for myself, but I'm going to do it for my mother. I'm going to do it for my grandmother. I'm going to do it for all those other people around me who love me. And, you know, and I did. And I went to rehab. And while in rehab, you know, I was really working on what I was going to become, and how much money I was going to make, you know, because that was a big thing, right? Got to make a lot of money. And you know, as I was finishing up my therapy sessions, my therapist asked me, you know, so Gabriel, so what are you going to do when you're going to go out? And, you know, I looked at him, I said, well, I'm going to become the director of the largest energy company in Denmark. And he said, oh, okay. How are we going to do that? And I remember, I glared at him. I looked at him like, what do you mean? Look who you're talking to, you know? And the truth was, I just come from the streets. I've been in fucking rehab. And now I'm thinking, you know, I've been a drug dealer all my life. Now I'm going to go out and be the director of the biggest energy company in Denmark. Didn't go down like that. But I kind of, you know, I thought, I'm going to work myself. He taught me something about, delmål. it doesn't matter. So I started, getting in some education. I managed to get like half a bachelor. I started using a bit again. It wasn't quite as drastic. And after 2 years, I could see that I wasn't going to pass. And I jumped out. And that whole world that I had built up, the director, with loads of money, that picture, it just fell. And when that fell, that's when I hit that again. And, and just quickly, that's exactly what happens when we don't stick to fit spiritual condition. When we don't continuously work the program, that's the kind of shit that gets us, and that's what got me. But very quickly, I had learned there was something called rehab, and there was something called meetings, and I managed to get. I didn't weigh 57 kilos, so I weighed 74 kilos. I kind of like it as a measuring tool. And this time, when I went to rehab only for 3 months this time, and I remember thinking to myself, this time I'm going to do something different, and I'm going to start listening to some people that have gone this way before me, and who look like they know what's up, even though all those voices in my head saying, fuck that guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, look at him, he's fucking arrogant, please don't do that, you know what I mean? And I have a lot of those voices still to this day. But that was one of my decisions. The other decision was that, the money part, and, the prestige part and all that stuff, they had to come down a few notches. So now it wasn't them at the number 1 anymore. They were, down at the number 3 maybe. And I was going to start working with myself. It was what was in here and not outside. And I decided I was going to start going to meetings, and I started going to meetings in a sister fellowship, and everything was quite good. And one day, this chubby guy, and he was kind of like dancing. So I don't know what was up with this guy. He had these CA flyers. And he handed me one, but I liked him because he was like dancing and he was talking on the phone, he was handing out flyers, it was like, fuck, shit was going on. I like that energy, right? That's the CA energy. And I got one of those flyers and I came to a meeting. It was a small meeting. But when I walked inside that meeting, I felt part of, right there. And those speakers who say, and when they walked in, people said, welcome home. I felt that. I felt like I had walked inside my own home there with the people, my family. And I'm just looking at the steps because I thought I had kind of worked the steps. And I also thought, if I was going to do the steps, I had to understand them beforehand. That was very important of me. Obviously, it doesn't work that way. You kind of got to do the steps to be able to understand what the fuck's going on, right? And I had about a year's clean time, and I went to my second international convention, which was back in 2015. And it was actually the Holland convention, which is kind of magical. And this old timer, 8 years, was fucking an old guy, right? 8 years clean time. Wow. He came up to me and he said, Gabriel, are you happy? I said, yeah, I'm happy. I'm really, really happy. And I really smiled as much as I possibly could. And he said, are you sure? And he just walked off. I thought, Does he know who I am? You know, does he know the importance of me? You know what I mean? And, you know, and I was going around to my friends, I'm like, this guy, you know, he's fucking, you know, doing crazy shit. And, you know, and I asked them all, and I went to my last friend, and he said, that's because I told him you weren't doing the steps. And, you know, liking the complexities and things, as we do as addicts, right? Everything that's complex is fucking cool. The funny thing is that it was kind of simple. I decided, and I worked out, that what he meant was, if I did the steps, I'd be happier than I was already. And I was really happy, you know, I wasn't living on the streets. You know, I had got my family back together. I had a roof over my head. You know, I had all those things. So it's really, really magical. And I thought, fuck yeah, I want more of that shit, you know? You know, and I came back to Denmark and I started doing the steps, and, you know, I'll honestly say, obviously he was right, because I'm standing up for you right now. Yeah, it's crazy. And when I got my, you know, when I got my first apartment after living on the street, I had like all the stuff that I had kept from where I was staying at the shelter, and I had really been looking forward to getting my things back. Right, like in my head, like I imagined they were gold plated or something. I don't know what was going on, but I was really looking forward to, you know, be able to deck out my whole new apartment. I didn't need to spend any money. Things were good. And I had about a year at this stage. And, you know, we went down to this thing, and you know, and the door opened to my things, and, you know, that whole shiny picture of these gold-plated things fell completely to the ground. And I kid you not when I say that the best thing that was in there was a rusty oil tin. That was the best thing. And it just kind of shows you, you know, when we work this program and when we do all these things, when we remove all the wreckage, we see the real life. Yeah, that was kind of cool. And it was kind of sad too. I remember being quite saddened for like a week about that, like, it's there, you know. Like I was brought right back to it. Ninth step. That was when I had my first real spiritual experience. That was my first ninth step. And it was my mother. And it was in the morning, and I was going to the gym, and I was meeting with my gym partner outside the gym, smoking a couple of cigarettes, preparing ourselves to go in and do some weights. And something flies and lands on my white t-shirt. And usually I just brush it off, I wouldn't think of it. But on this very day I looked down, and there's a bright blue dragonfly sitting on my t-shirt. And I point at it, and I look at my gym buddy, and he goes, that shit means something. And this dragonfly jumps up on my finger, and I go like this, and it turns around and looks at me, and it flies away. Right. Now, loving symbols and shit and reading up on it, I met up with my mother, and before we started doing the ninth step, we looked it up. And I always forget, so I kind of need to, so pretty much what the dragonfly symbolizes is going past self-created illusions that limit our growth and ability to change. The steps, the ninth step, That was God. And I sat down with my mother in a flat rented through the Airbnb. I'd never been there before, and we sat down on the sofa, and I finished up with, Mother, is there anything that I can do to make you happy? And of course she said, just keep doing what you're doing. And as I finished, my eyes fixated on a big dragonfly up in the right-hand corner of this huge poster right in front of me. And as I sat back on the sofa, the picture zoomed out at the whole poster, and it was of a woman's head looking directly up at that dragonfly. And that was God saying, if you didn't understand the shit the first time, you better fucking understand it this time, motherfucker. Right? And I did. And you know, I saw the signs. You know, I had been opened, I had been awakened, and I was seeing that shit. And you know, I remember telling that story at a meeting, and someone said, that probably wasn't even a dragonfly, or, you know, that didn't mean that. And I don't give a fuck what you think. It was what I felt, and what, you know, it's between me and God. It has nothing to do with you. And that's exactly how it is, you know, when we get these symbols, whether it's a dragonfly or it's a feeling or whatever it is, it's between you and God. Anyway, so when I look back into my life, God was always with me. It was just me that wasn't woke, right? And I have like this vivid memory of sitting like on the side of the road, being homeless, totally fucked up, you know, not being the big king drug dealer, which I never was anymore. And all I could think about was getting a hit, right? And I was sitting outside this place where, you know, people who had gotten out of jail, prostitutes and all of that, I knew everybody. I used to sell to them. But on this very day, I owed every single person in there money. And I sat with $2 in my pocket. And I remember just thinking, you know, if I just had a bed to sleep in and some food, then I'd be happy. And something inside of me said, go over to the other side of the road. And there was a garage sale over there. And for some reason, I bought 2 old books and I came back and I sat on the side of the road and I thought to myself, I'm homeless. I'm not going to read a book. And I've got 2 old books now that I've got to carry around with me. And I've just spent my last $2 on what the fuck's going on. And I flicked through the pages, and the pages stopped in the middle of the book. And in there were 2 old $50 notes. That was God saying, go get yourself a bed and go get yourself some food. Now, not liking listening to God, I probably didn't do that, right? So I went straight back into the Esquire. I got 2 hits. Half an hour later, I was sitting in the exact same position. Had I just listened to God? That's what this program does. It unblocks you. That's what the program is all about. It's about finding that God and getting in tune. You know, and I want to tell you that the thing with the dragonfly stops there, but it doesn't. So I'm on my 2nd date with this girl that I met, who I'd been looking at for quite a few years. And, you know, I thought she was married and shit, but I found out she wasn't. And I got her to go on a date with me. And on that 2nd date, I told her a bit about the program and about CA and about the steps. And I told her about the story with my mother and the dragonfly. And she looks up at me like strangely. And in that moment, I'm thinking, all right, I talked way too much now. And she says, how did you know? And her father, who had died quite a few years ago, just before he died, he had given her a necklace with a dragonfly, which was the dearest thing that she had held to her. And that was a symbol again. And in that instant, it brought us together. Right. 10 minutes? All right. On the following date, I came home to her and, I went talking and she goes, by the way, what does CA stand for? And I said, Cocaine Anonymous, like I told you. And she said, cocaine? And I thought, fuck. But for some reason, she stayed with me, and I truly believe the dragonfly was part of that reason, because we came into them deeper layers, like we do around the tables and in here, and we can talk openly with each other, and that was where the magic happened between us, and it doesn't really matter what symbol it is or what message you're getting. It doesn't need to be a dragonfly. It doesn't need to be all that. It can be whatever. But the dragonfly keeps showing up. So just a few weeks ago, I was talking with Nasir. I'm his sponsor, but it was me that was going off to him. And I was bitching about my wife today, and this blue dragonfly flies past, and that was like again that message, like remember the transformation. You're in the middle of a transformation. Maybe she's not that well at the moment. And that's what we do. That's what we do when we come into this program and we work the steps. We work our way through the things. We don't stop halfway. And that was God saying, you're in it for the long haul, Will. And I kind of teared up for myself because I can take all that stuff in nowadays. And I can only say, today my life is magical. I have a huge family from all over the world, loving people who I can speak to on the deeper level. Right? That's who has that? Who has that? We are so fucking lucky. I have a program that reminds me of where I came from and where it's at. I have a program that can hold that ego down. Who I am guy. He needs to stay down here somewhere. Because shit never turns out that well. And I'm always reminded, this is something that I'm working on, it comes in phases. When I feel that pain, usually it has to do with my ego, that my ego has been hurt. And when I remind myself of that, that pain disappears and I'm able to relax again. And again, that's God stepping in. God is fucking everywhere. I'm sorry to say, guys, you can't escape from it. But I love it. I love this program. I love my new life. I love everything in it. And with that, I'm just going to say thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Wow. What an amazing story. Well, amazing, a good story for recovery. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. It's an amazing way to start the second day of this convention. I have tears in my eyes for your story. A lot of recognition. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a present for you, actually, and Emily is going to give it to you. It's a small thing, but it's from our heart. Again, thank you so much for your story. I would like to close by having Mieke on the stage to read the promises. And they all come true. If you remember his story, following the steps with a sponsor, and this come true, the promises.
Hi, my name is Mieke and I'm an addict. Promises. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. We are going to know new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past, no wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. The feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations that choose to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, some quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always materialize if we work for them. Thank you.
This is the end of this meeting. If we can circle up, after a moment of silence, I will ask Gabriel to lead us into the serenity prayer, please. Before we start the serenity prayer, I have one announcement, and that is that the banquet not will start at 7 o'clock, but 6:30.
Test, test, test.
Hi everyone, my name is Magnus and I'm an addict. Welcome to this speaker meeting of Cocaine Anonymous. My name is Magnus and I'm an addict. Are there any other addicts in the room? Welcome. Let's start with a couple of housekeeping announcements. This is a non-smoking event. Smoking is permitted in the designated smoking areas only. Let's demonstrate CA-HOLLAND's consideration for the hotel grounds by disposing of cigarette butts in appropriate containers. And please turn off your mobile phone. Speakers and workshops at this convention will be recorded. There may be some here who are not familiar with the tradition of personal anonymity at the public level. Anonymity is one of the most important issues in the structure of Cocaine Anonymous. Traditionally, CA members have always taken care to preserve their anonymity to the public level. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need to always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. We respectfully request that those gather here under this condition of anonymity. In keeping with our traditions, we request that no photographic or video recording of the convention be distributed, published, or downloaded in any general public forum, including the internet and/or any other electronic communications network. We especially request that members refrain from posting any convention photos or videos on any social networking site that may identify any activity, entity, or person as being associated with Cocaine Anonymous. If you happen to recognize someone here who identifies themselves as an addict, please keep the knowledge strictly to yourself. If there are members from the press here at this convention, please make yourself known during the convention to our chair, Martin. Is Martin here? Please do not contact members of CA individually. If present, will you please stand up, Martin? Are you here? He isn't. Thank you. Cocaine Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, that they may solve their common problem and help others recover from their addiction. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. There are no dues or fees for membership. We are fully self-supporting through our own contributions. We are not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. We do not wish to engage in any controversy, and we neither endorse nor oppose any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay free from cocaine and all other mind-altering substances, and to help others achieve the same freedom. It is a custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read, "We can recover." And I have asked Vera to come up and read. Who is, no, we can recover, sorry. Rune, come up. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rune and I'm an addict. First of all, I'm very nervous, so correct me if I'm wrong. We can recover. Welcome to Cocaine Anonymous. We are all here for the same reason. Our inability to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. The first step forward is admitting that there is a problem. The problem, as we see it, consists of an obsession of the mind and an allergy of the body. The obsession is a continued and irresistible thought of cocaine and the next high. The allergy creates an absolute inability to stop using once we begin. We wish to assure you that there is a solution and that recovery is possible. It begins with abstinence and continues with practicing 12 steps of recovery, one day at a time. Our program, the 12 Steps of Cocaine Anonymous, is the means by which we move from the problem of drug addiction to the solution of recovery. 1. We admitted that we were powerless over cocaine and all other mind-altering substances, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. 4. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6. We are entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of characters. 7. Humbly asked Him to remove our shortcomings. 8. Made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9. Made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10. Continue to take personal inventory and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of the steps, we try to carry this message to addicts and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Cocaine Anonymous is a spiritual program, not a religious one. In CA, we believe each individual can choose a higher power of his or her own understanding. In short, a God of his or her own. No one comes into Cocaine Anonymous to find God. We came into these rooms to get rid of a terrifying drug habit. Look around in this room. You are surrounded by people who came as last resort. We came into these rooms emotionally, financially, and spiritually bankrupt. We have experienced all sorts of tragedies as a result of cocaine, drugs, and/or alcohol. We have lived many of the same horrors you have, yet today we are free from the misery, terror, and pain of addiction. Maybe some of us were worse off than you. Maybe some of us didn't hit as low as the bottom as you. Still, the fact remains that those of us who are recovering have come to believe that a higher power of our own understanding can restore us to sanity. There's a solution. We can recover from addiction one day at a time. It is possible to live a life filled with hope, faith, and courage.
Thank you. And it is also custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read who is a CA member. Vera, could you please come up to read for us?
Hi, my name is Vera and I'm an addict. Who is a CA member? While the name Cocaine Anonymous may sound drug specific, we wish to assure you that our program is not. Many of our members did a lot of cocaine, others used only a little, and some never even tried coke. We have members who drank only on occasion, those who casually referred to themselves as drunks, and others who were full-blown alcoholics. Lots of us used a wide variety of mind-altering substances. Whether we focused on a specific substance or used whatever we could get our hands on, we had one thing in common. Eventually, we all reached a point where we could not stop. According to CA's third tradition, the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. Whatever you may have been using, if it led you to this meeting, you're probably in the right place. Over time, virtually every single one of us has realized that our real problem is not cocaine or any specific drug. It is the disease of addiction. It can be tempting to focus on our differences rather than our similarities, but this can blind us to potential sources of support in our recovery. As we hear other members' stories, the most important question to ask ourselves is not, would I have partied with these people, but rather, do these people have a solution that can help me stay sober? We encourage you to stick around and listen with an open mind. With its all-inclusive third tradition and first step, Cocaine Anonymous welcomes anyone with a drug or alcohol problem and offers a solution. CA's 12 steps are not drug-specific, and Cocaine Anonymous is not a drug-specific fellowship. It doesn't matter to us if you drank or what type of drugs you used. If you have a desire to stop, you are welcome here.
Thank you, Vera. The convention is made possible not only from our registration fees, but also through the generosity of voluntary contributions. While the traditions are being read, we will pass the buckets in keeping with our 7th tradition. Our new friends do not need to feel obligated to contribute. Please remain quiet while the baskets are being passed. The 12 traditions are to the group, while the 12 steps are to the individual. And I've asked Martin, will you please come up and read 12 traditions?
Hi, Martina Addict. I'm an addict and I'm really nervous, so I'm gonna sit down. Okay, goed even zo hoor. Yeah, perfect. And my English is a little bit, but I only have to read this card, so it's gonna be okay. Okay, the 12 traditions of Cocaine Anonymous. Number 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. Number 3, the only requirement for CA membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. 4, each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or CA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to the addict who still suffers. 6, a CA group ought never endorse, finance, or let the CA name to any related facility or outside experience, lest problems of money, property, and prestige differ use from our primary purpose. 7, every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Cocaine Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, CA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or communities directly responsible to those they serve. Number 10, Cocaine Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues. Hence, the CA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. Thank you.
This afternoon, we are most fortunate to have Maxime from the Netherlands with us as our speaker, and I've asked Aziza to introduce her to us. Please.
Holy shit. My name is Aziza and I'm an addict. Oh, I'm also a little bit nervous, but the thing that I've learned is that it's also okay, you know, to feel and to be nervous. I want to thank first everyone who made this convention possible. And so I'm very grateful to be here after, 3 years that we couldn't be here with each other. I wrote some stuff down because for the people who know me, I don't like to speak in front of a group, but when I'm going to speak, I cannot make it short, you know? So I just wrote the things down that were the most important for me, you know, that I wanted to say about my friendship and about what I think about you, Maxime. So, I remember that when I came into recovery, I was full of anger, you know. The world, I hated the people around me, I hated myself, and especially I hated women. So when I met Maxime 6.5 years ago, I never thought that she would be one of the most important people in my life these days. She's not only my best friend, but she's one of the most inspiring people in my life. I really have a lot of respect for where she comes from and where she's standing right now in her life and her recovery. Happiness and dedication is one of the things that I admire most. How she's always challenging herself to do better, to be better, and to reach the goals that she wants to achieve in her life. And that always triggers me to always do better myself as well, and to go out and step out of my comfort zone, and to challenging myself and be aware of the things that I want as a person and the things that I want to achieve in my life. The one thing that I am grateful for the most, I think, is that I really thought that I knew what friendship was before I came into recovery. And when I met you, yeah, it's far beyond the things that I knew before then, you know. So I really want to thank you for everything, for our friendship, the things that you always learn, that you always teach me, for all the laughs that for all the love that we share, for all the tears that we shared, and the bad times that we went through together as well. I think that are the most important things that I wanted to say about you. So I guess that I already said too much. So I guess the floor is yours. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm fucking nervous, people. Oh, I was like, oh, fucking hell. But so I know I'm not the only one. Everybody, thank you for speaking. It is nerve-wracking. So everybody who read and is also nervous like me, give me some fucking sheet to read, please. That will be better. And Aziza, thank you. Thank you for your lovely, kind words, you know. And you speak, but, you know, you teach me a very much amount of depth, you know, and true honesty, you know. Life's fucking hard, you know, and I didn't trust people, and now, yeah, I have these wonderful people who are supporting me here. So thank you for your kind words. My name is Maxime, and I'm an addict. Thank you for the committee for making this possible. You know, it's extra special, you know, to celebrate recovery together. You know, I'm really, really grateful for all the online possibilities and everybody who found their journey online. But heck, together and sharing everything is the most special thing. I was asked to share, and it's an honor for me, and it's also nervous, you know. I have this voice in my head, you know. good enough? Am I good enough? Do I have something to share? You know, it's my little voice, you know, my little voice inside me that's always a little bit scared, you know, because when I came into the rooms, there was one man who said to me, "You are so young, you should take another trip down the using." And that was what I thought about myself, you know, that there were terms and conditions to be an addict, and that was there terms or conditions to be in recovery. You know, my 15th of December 2011, you know, I'm 10 and a half years clean now, and I just turned 29 last month. You know, so I think it's really important always for me to share that if you are in early, you know, you're young and you're in early recovery, it is possible. You don't have to use 20 years to be a part of us, you know. This is not my experience, you know. My experience is that truly that God interfered in my life, you know, a little bit, but the odds were against me. Some people already know my story, you know, and the odds were against me, but I'm here and I'm free. You know, I don't have to use, I don't have a mental obsession anymore, and I'm free. You know, I don't have to be in that prison. You know, I don't have to use 20 years to be in recovery. You know, I don't have to be that old man that I thought what addicts was. You know, I didn't know what addiction was. And, that a face like mine could also be somebody with my story. You know, and I always say a little bit about my family. I know we're all different households, but for me, I came from a family of addiction, you know, and that I think also it's a family disease, you know. I think I inherited also, but I also realize how drugs affect me is different than like normal people. You know, if I use, you know, I have set many boundaries, and I told myself I will do it different this time, and it didn't work like that. You know, and I told myself this time I could handle it, or if I just move school, if I move house, if I change something about the outside, my inside will change too. You know, because I was dying, I was in pain and I was lonely. I recognized that feeling because, you know, it was what I later became to know as the God-shaped hole. You know, I had pain, I had so much pain, I could not stop, you know, and that pain I recognize in a lot of faces around me. You know, if you know, you know, that inability to stop, no matter how great the necessity or the wish, and also how I thought about myself, you know, that always it wasn't never good enough. I wasn't good enough, you know, and I couldn't turn my life around, and it was really painful, you know, and it led me in places that are really dark, you know, and I wished a lot of times I wouldn't wake up anymore, you know, and that is my truth. I have scars on my body from that time in my life, you know, and it is really dark and it's really painful. But I know now there's a way out, and we're here. And there was a man, and that I was mandatory. I was sent off to a mandatory camp to work on my behavior, because I truly thought my behavior was also the problem. But there was this man, and he shared his story. I was 16, and he shared about how he became, how his life went, how he came across Cocaine Anonymous. And we went to my first meeting ever, and it was like in Limburg. It was like with 4 old men in the basement, and I was like, they talked about God and they want my phone number. So I thought, I didn't understand what they were saying, you know. It was, I thought a bunch of pedophiles. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And I always shared it because I thought, you know, addicts were, you know, creepy old guys or something like that. And they talked about God. And I knew nothing about God. You know, I wasn't raised religious, or the only thing I was sure of, that he had abandoned me. You know, that I was not loved, and I was feeling a victim of my life, you know, with my parents, with addiction in my life, and with that I was like, if there is a God, why would he put me through all this pain? You know, why would he leave me alone? Now I know I'm not. You know, but what that man shared did stick with me. And later, when I wanted help, I reached out and I phoned him and I said, I want to die. I'm in so much pain, I cannot. What the fuck is wrong with me? And I called him and he said, you can come if you want. And I've never used again. And that is my story. So I truly believe, that's my truth, that God interfered in my life through Cocaine Anonymous, through the fellowships, through the person who are doing God's work, to being of service. Because if it wasn't for him, I wasn't sitting here. Because of this man who worked his program, I was able to turn my life around with the help of God. Out many times, yeah, but the power that is Cocaine Anonymous, you know, that reached and that touched my heart, you know, and that made, against all odds, turned my life around. You know, I had a chance and I took it, you know, and it wasn't by my power, you know, there's only one that has all power, and that one is God. May you find him now. And I didn't understand, you know, if I always, with the word God, take somebody from Cocaine Anonymous, work the big book, and please come back to me and tell me what you find. Tell me what you find. If you truly seek him, he will be there. You know, it is a possibility, and it is my truth. If you want to get out, it is possible. You know, and that is such a powerful message, and that you don't have to hit certain boxes to get that help. You know, if you want, it is possible. And sorry, otherwise I'm gonna flip the water all around. Walk the earth as a free woman, you know, and that God was there when I needed him, and when I earnestly sought him, he was there for me. And I came into the program not knowing anything, and it was like AA was for old people, and where I was only NA, so I just went to NA. I didn't know what the fuck big book was, I didn't know, and somebody gave me a big book and it was in English, and I was like, fuck that shit. I didn't understand, you know, what's powerful in that message. And also my first convention, you know, I don't know if it's anyone's first convention, and if you stayed already longer than 10 minutes, it's more than I did my first convention. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. I was so scared, I left in fucking 10 minutes, you know, and now I think, why did I do it? But I was so fucking scared of people, and so scared of showing myself, you know, and I am, and sharing my story. And I think it's really powerful, the convention, but it's also a really scary place to be, and to, if you're your first time here, you know, just please, if you're struggling, if you're having a hard time of being all the inputs, please come to me, talk to me, you know. I have a lot of friends here in the first row. Please come talk to us. You don't have to leave. You're not alone, you know. And don't what happens, you know, it is here, and it is the power we call God and Cocaine Anonymous. And when I was, when I came into the rooms, I also realized, no, I was really heartened. I always said I had an icy heart. I didn't feel anything of the drugs, but also the things I went through. Months clean. I really bad people will hate me if I say this, but but the insanity of using and using again and again and know that you are dying. But I also learned that it is the disease, and it's not because I'm a bad person or because I done stuff wrong, because I'm very, very ill. And if I fail to enlarge my spiritual life, I will use again. That's my fact, that's my belief, that is what I believe. You know, if I didn't, the odds were against me, what I said, and it was not my doing. And how more I know and truly believe that, then because I can read spiritual books, you know, I can do all these wonderful things, but I don't have that power, you know, because I'm addicted. You know, I'm an addict. I can't control my drinking, and I have this God-shaped hole. There's only one that fits, and that is God. And I went to a different fellowship at first because I thought, you know, it was like AA was for all people, and I didn't know anything about CA. So, but I'm truly grateful, and I truly can say that through literature and through prayer meditation and through the big book, I found my God of my understanding, you know, and I had a lot of things I took out from other spiritual things, or I just want to explore that side of myself, but the base for me is the 12 steps and God and being of service of others, you know, and I can do all these wonderful things and speak at this convention and do all, I traveled the world, you know, for conventions and stuff like this, but it is the little things and what I do in that relationship, and how I commit that fact that he is actually the one that is making all this possible. And it's I truly believe, you know, that God and a program can change your very character. It made me a different person, and it took my life 180 degrees, and I had chances to do stuff in my life, you know, and I have these friendships and these people and stuff I want to do and things I get out of my life, but also working with other people. I know some of my sponsees just didn't come, but they were on the live stream, so I said I would do a little shout out to them. Then I can check if they're fucking listening, right? Because then I can check. Yeah, and I was talking about, you know, the perfect recovery and being the perfect at steps or at my God things, and you know, I am not, and I think it's most important we share our struggles and our vulnerability. Sometimes I feel it is painful and not nice, you know, to share if you're struggling or if you're in pain. But the people, I made the most changes when I came at points in my life where I was hurting, you know, in my recovery, that I was pushed to find a bigger God and to find more meaning in my life and to work on my character, you know, and to make changes in my life that were for the better for me and also for the people around me. And I had a vision when I was in sober living. I was smoking my cigarette and I was thought, maybe what if it is possible? What if what all these people say is the truth? You know, and I can now say, like, to my sister, but also to my sponsees, like, 10 years, I'm not fucking done yet, you know? And it's not because I have to be here, it's because I want to be here. And I want to carry the message and say it is possible for everyone, you know? And I was, I also gave some teaching about addiction in at the school, like for 12, 13-year-old people. And this one girl said, oh, I think it's really, you know, everything you went through and that you help now other people, you know, and it is not what I went through, but the meaning of life and to get to give to other people, that is where the spirituality is, that is where God is, you know, that is where I truly changed as a person, you know, where my icy heart melted, and that is not because I did something good. That's because I see a lot of reflection of myself, and to see people building up their life, that's the most meaningful thing I ever did. You know, I can do other stuff, but to see people filling their hearts with love and with laughter, and that is where the grow is, that is where the success is, I think. You know, and for everybody it will be different, but I think, you know, it is the most important that for me to share that it is a possibility. You know, if you're 18, I don't know if somebody is, it is a possibility and you're welcome here. But even if you're 28, 50, it doesn't matter. If you want to change, you are welcome here. And I think that is such a powerful message. And you know, I can also show my sister and my sponsees, you know, I've looked in the future and I know it is better. You know, I've looked into hard things and it gets better. And that is my experience, and I can say it to you and you can believe me or not, but we can look forward, you know, and I'm not done looking forward to all the wonderful things and to have all these wonderful speakers and people around me saying it is true, you know, and I didn't trust people, but I wasn't trustworthy, you know, and then I realized how much I need to change. My vision, what I was doing, if I wanted a different life, I had to do different things. I wanted something different, and I knew it was there for me, but that unconditional belief and that trust I didn't have, but you people gave it to me. And that man who reached out to me and said, it is possible, you know, and now I know that's God's work, and we're here to do God's work, and it is not about me. You know, because I know in a deep, deep sense, so that if I work my program, and my sister work her program, and you guys work, and that it spreads like, it is unconditional power, what we have here. And there are really a lot of people struggling, you know, with addiction, with mental health, and it is not vanzelfsprekend, zeg ik altijd. Het is niet vanzelfsprekend dat we hier zijn. You know, I know people who are not with us anymore, people who died at 20, 21, you know, young ages, and it is a deadly disease, and God is there if you want. You can have it. It is for you to reach, to take, if you want to have it, you can have it. You know, He is there and He will protect you. And I've been protected, I've been directed. I've been all I've been all kinds of way, and also when I was struggling and I was reaching out again, I fucked up again. I did fuck up again. You know, there was unconditional love from people from the program, and I used to also like the gossip and stuff happening in the program, you know. It's really important for me also to lighten that a little bit, because I was also very judgmental, you know, and I was talking about people, I was always judging people, and when I first realized, you know, when I was struggling, people were talking about me. And what it did to me, I was fucking scared, and I thought maybe they don't want me here. Maybe, you know, I'm better off doing other things. And then I realized, you know, what I was doing to other people. Yeah, this is a safe space, but we make it a safe space together, you know. And I wasn't loving always, I wasn't understanding, but that was things I needed to practice, because I didn't know what the fuck it was, you know. I didn't know how to do these things. But when I was in pain and people were talking about me and I didn't feel safe, I thought to myself, what did I do to create this? You know, and what should I do to create a safe space? You know, and so next time if you think he should do his recovery differently, she should do her recovery differently, she shouldn't suck that dick, everything, you know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but it is funny, but it is true, you know. If you have judgment in your heart, you're edging God out. So if you want to do God's work, be loving and kind towards all. Love and tolerance of others is our code. That's the way we live, and I know because I stand on the other side judging you, and now you all guys judging me. But it is, for me, the depth of the spirituality, you know. If you want your sister to be safe here, be a safe person, be a trusty person, you know, and if you want what we have, you have to work for it. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna give it to God. I heard one time in a speaker, he said, God don't want that shit either. You know, it's my fucking responsibility. If I want it, I need to do it. And God will be there to help me. You know, that is my truth, that is my life. You know, and I still fuck up and I still do things terribly difficult, but I know now it's mostly fair. It's mostly fair, and if I'm in fear, I'm edging God out. You know, so if I want a loving heart, I can be open and I can say, I can be vulnerable. You know, that is the most powerful thing we have here. I don't have to pretend. This is who I am, and I don't. I'm not better, less, or it is. You know, things are and life is difficult. I thought I will come in recovery and my relationship with my parents would be great, or I thought I would have certain things, and I don't have to be vulnerable if I do all these correct things, but that I always try to work to that position that I don't have to be vulnerable, you know, because it is fucking uncomfortable and I don't want to do it, you know, and yeah, sorry. But through the experience of being vulnerable, I know that people will be there for me. True friends who are here for me, and just you don't have to get along with everybody. It's like the 3%, they sometimes say. Seek the people who you feel safe with, you know, and be a safe person for others. And I think that is my share.
Thank you so much, Maxine. First of all, I want to say, please give a big round of applause for the committee and for all of us to participate here, please. And remember, the banquet will start at 6:30, not 7 p.m. Please remember that. Thank you. I would like to close by having, wait a minute. Rudy, reaching out.
Hi, I'm Rudy. I'm an addict. Reaching out. I've made it in this program because someone else worked the 12-step on me. Someone passed it on to me. Someone was out there after they got clean and sober, caring about others. I need to never ever forget that they simply gone out with their lives and forgotten about people like me who are still out there using and suffering. I wouldn't be here today. My gratitude begins with the fact that it's with gratitude in mind that I reach out to others, especially the newcomers. I have to have them in my life. That is where my spirituality begins. For me, spirituality becomes from caring about others. I have found that the more I focus on improving the quality of the lives of others, the less I am into myself and my will. I feel the freedom and the peace from within. The gifts I am beginning to receive in my life are greater than I should have ever imagined. Something else I've done is that I have forgiven myself. I have forgiven myself for being an addict. I have forgiven myself for all the damage I did in my life, to my physical health and to my career and finances. But most of all, I've forgiven myself for all of the horrible, negative, and unloving things that I have felt about myself. It was not until I offered and accepted my own forgiveness that I was truly able to grow in my sobriety.
The note said that I should start the meeting on time, so it's 4:32. Good evening, my name is Tatiana and I'm an addict. And welcome to this speaker meeting of Cocaine Anonymous. Are there any other addicts present in the room? Welcome. Let's start with a couple of housekeeping announcements. First one, English is not my language, so please bear with me. I will try to read it as good as I can. So here we go. This is a non-smoking event, and smoking is only permitted in the designated smoking areas only. So let's please demonstrate CA-HOLLAND's consideration for the hotel by disposing of cigarette butts in appropriate containers. Please turn off your mobile phones, and speakers and workshops at this event will be recorded. There may be some who are not familiar with our tradition of anonymity at the public level. So here it is. Anonymity is one of the most important issues in the structure of Cocaine Anonymous. Traditionally, CA members have always taken care to preserve their anonymity at the public level. Our public relations policy is based on anonymity and on attraction rather than promotion. And we need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. We respectfully request that those gathered here honor this condition of anonymity. In keeping with our traditions, we request that no photographic or video recording of the convention be distributed, published, or downloaded in any general public forum, including the internet and/or any other electronic communication network. We specifically request that members refrain from posting any convention photos or video of any social networking site that may identify any activity, entry, or persons being associated with Cocaine Anonymous. If you happen to recognize someone here who identifies themselves as an addict, please keep that knowledge strictly to yourself. If there are members from the press at this convention, please make yourself known during the convention to our chair, Martin. Martin, please rise. Also, please do not contact members of CA individually. If present, will you please, Martin was here, thank you. Sorry. Okay, here we go, next page. Cocaine Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem and help others recover from their addiction. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and any other mind-altering substances. There are no dues or fees for membership, and we are fully self-supporting through our own contributions. We are not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, and we do not wish to engage in any controversy. We neither endorse nor oppose any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay free from cocaine and all other mind-altering substances and help others to achieve the same freedom. It is a custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read We Can Recover, as adapted from the CA storybook, and I have asked Marcel, please read it for us. Come up here.
Hello everybody, my name is Marcel and I'm an addict. Welcome to Cocaine Anonymous. We are all here for the same reason, our inability to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. The first step towards forward is admitting that there is a problem. The problem, as we see it, consists of an obsession of the mind and an allergy of the body. The obsession is a continued and irresistible thought of cocaine and the next high. The allergy creates an absolute inability to stop using once we begin. We wish to assure you that there is a solution and that recovery is possible. It begins with abstinence and continues with practicing the 12 steps of of recovery, one day at a time. Our program, the 12 Steps of Cocaine Anonymous, is the means by which we move from the problem of drug addiction to the solution of recovery. Step 1. We admitted that they were powerless over cocaine and all other mind-altering substances, and that their lives had become unmanageable. 2. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Made a decision to turn our life and our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood Him. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. We are entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. Humbly ask Him to remove our shortcomings. Made a list of all persons we have harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Make direct amends to such people whenever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, we probably admitted it. Oh. So through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for the knowledge of His will and for the power to carry that out. Having had a spiritual awakening, as a result of these steps, we try to carry this message to addicts and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. Oké, wie zei dat? Kom maar even hier. Kom maar even uitleggen. Nee? Oh. Cocaine Anonymous is a spiritual program, not a religious one. In CA we believe that each individual can choose a higher power of his or her own understanding. In short, a God of his or her own. No one comes into Cocaine Anonymous to find God. We came into these rooms to get rid of our terrifying drug habit. Look around in this room. You are surrounded by people who came here as a last resort. We came into these rooms emotionally, financially, and spiritually bankrupt. We have experienced all sorts of tragedies as a result of cocaine, drugs, and/or alcohol. We have lived many of the same horrors you have, yet today we are free from the misery, terror, and the pain of addiction. Maybe some of us were worse off than you, and maybe some of us didn't hit as low bottom as you. Still, the fact remains that those of us who are recovering have came to believe that a higher power of our own understanding could restore us to sanity. There is a solution. We can recover from addiction one day at a time. It is possible to live a life filled with
Thank you so much, Marcel. This convention, no, sorry. It is also custom in Cocaine Anonymous to read who is cocaine addict, and I have asked Richard to read it for us.
Hi, I'm Richard, and I'm an addict. Who is a cocaine addict? Some of us can answer without hesitation. I am. Others aren't so sure. Cocaine Anonymous believes that no one can decide for another whether he or she is addicted. One thing is sure though, every single one of us has denied being an addict. For months, for years, we who now freely admit we are cocaine addicts thought that we could control cocaine when in fact it was controlling us. I only use on weekends, or it hardly ever interferes with work. I can quit, it's only psychologically addicting, right? I only snort when I don't base or shoot. It's this relationship that's missing out. Many of us are still perplexed to realise how long we went on, never getting the same high we got at the beginning, yet still insisting and believing, so distorted was our reality, that we were getting from cocaine what actually always eluded us. We went to any lengths to get away from being ourselves. The lines got fatter, the grams went faster, the week's stash was all used up today. We found ourselves scraping envelopes and baggies with razor blades, scratching the last flakes from the corners of brown bottles, snorting or smoking any white speck from the floor when we ran out. We who prided ourselves on our fine-tuned state of mind. Nothing mattered more to us than the straw, the pipe, the needle. Even if it made us feel miserable, we had to have it. Some of us mixed cocaine with alcohol or other drugs and found temporary relief in the change. But in the end, it only compounded our problems. We tried quitting by ourselves, finally, and sometimes managed to do so for periods of time. We thought our system was cleaned out. We could get the old high again using half as much. This time we'd be careful not to go overboard. But we only found ourselves back where we were before and worse. We never left the house without using first. We didn't make love without using. We didn't talk on the phone without coke. We didn't fall asleep. Sometimes it seemed we couldn't even breathe without cocaine. We tried changing jobs, apartments, cities, lovers, believing that our lives were being screwed up by circumstances, places, people. Perhaps we saw a cocaine friend die of respiratory arrest, and we still went on using. But eventually we had to face facts. We had to admit that cocaine was a serious problem in our lives, that we are addicts.
Thank you. And I asked Alex to read the 12 traditions for us.
The 12 Traditions of Cocaine Anonymous. My name is Alex and I'm an addict. The 12 Traditions of Cocaine Anonymous. 1. Our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CA unity. 2. For our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. 3. The only requirement for CA membership is a desire to stop using cocaine and all other mind-altering substances. 4. Each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or CA as a whole. 5. Each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to the addict who still suffers. 6. A CA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the CA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7. Every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8. Cocaine Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9. CA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible for those they serve. 10. Cocaine Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the CA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and films. 12. Anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities.
Thank you. This convention is made possible not only from your registration fees, but also through the generously of voluntarily contributions. While traditions being read, we pass the basket in keeping with our 7th tradition. Our new friends, newcomers, do not need to feel obliged to contribute. Please remain quiet while passing the basket. The 12 traditions are to the group and the 12 steps are to individuals. Thank you. And this afternoon, we are most fortunate to have Lucy from United Kingdom. And that's brilliant. And Monica will introduce Lucy. Monica, take us away.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Monica. I'm an addict and very grateful to be part of CA in recovery. It's what brought me my life. I'm very honored to introduce Lucy. Lucy and I go back a long time, 17 years, 70 plus years. Back in the day, there were many countries in Europe where there was no CA, and there was no CA where Lucy lived. And is the sound okay? And we happened to be both members of an online meeting, and it was nothing like Zoom that didn't exist. It was email exchange. And she was asking for a sponsor, and I happened to be on the sponsor list, because that is how we reached out to people in countries where there was no CA. And I started to get to know her. And I remember that she was working the steps, and there was another fellow, a friend of hers, who was also trying recovery, but she was involved with bad boyfriends and problems and jobs and bankruptcy, debt, whatever. And there was a moment when Lucy asked me, Monica, like that's how she speaks, Monica, why is it that there's no drama in my life? And I said, maybe because you are actually working the steps. And not just reading and attending a meeting when it's convenient, but you are working the steps, because Lucy had a boyfriend trouble, whatever, in-law trouble, job trouble, whatever, but she had no drama. So that is a great example of what the steps can do, even when you're just starting. So it was really great to witness that in another person, because that is what I need to be convinced that there is a higher power. My own stuff, I think it's a coincidence, or yeah, I just was lucky one day, and I can really talk my higher power out of my own experience. But when I see it in other people, I'm really convinced. And we just reconnected with a wonderful lunch on Thursday, and it was so wonderful to hear how her story continued and how she rebuilt her life. When I met Lucy, she was dressed like a tomboy with all in black, those spiky boots, and she had this short blonde hair. And when I first saw her profile picture, I thought, who's that? Is that Lucy? I don't know a Lucy that looks like that. And I can tell you, she's still Lucy. She's still very bubbly and full of fun, but she's grown into a wonderful woman who is not only in recovery, but an inspiration to many people that are in her life. So.
Good afternoon, my name's Lucy and I'm an addict. Oh, it's so wonderful to be here. I don't know doing anything that brings terror and excitement and privilege as sharing at a convention, but it's so wonderful to be here today. And what an amazing introduction from Monica, who has been such an important person in my life. And I guess what I really want to do is I want to start off by saying thank you. I want to say thank you to the committee for putting on this amazing convention. Thank you for asking me to come here and share, which is just such a privilege. But the thing I really want to share and say thank you for is thank you to everybody who is speaking English when it is not your first language. So thank you so much for that. English is my first language, but I also speak a second language, so, I get it. So thank you to everyone that's speaking English. at the convention. Yeah, how wonderful to be here. What I understand as well is that the people on the programming committee have never even been to a convention before. So, I mean, what you've put together is just fantastic. So thank you. So if I can start off with a bit of a cliche, a bit of a round of applause for everyone that's put on this convention. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. And just out of interest, I'm really curious, can anybody in the room that got clean during the pandemic, can you make yourselves known? How many people got clean? It's amazing. It's amazing. Welcome, welcome. You know, it's fantastic. So, I love cocaine, you know. That's why I'm here. You know, I love cocaine and I love Cocaine Anonymous. You know, both of them, funnily enough, kept me alive in a kind of weird way. So, you know, starting from the beginning, I was born into an alcoholic home, just full of dysfunction, but they were functioning alcoholics. So sometimes they did okay, and other times it was just completely bonkers. So there was also, my mother has an eating disorder, codependent, sex addiction, you know. They don't know that, however. They still to this day don't know that, but that's what I grew up with. My parents divorced when I was 5, and it was really messy. And the women in my life are very violent. So my first memory, when I was about 4 years old, is of my stepmother banging my head against a pavement to the point where I wet myself. And my mother was sort of present, looking on, and she did nothing. When I went to visit my father, who was obviously in a relationship with my stepmother, she would humiliate me. She was passive-aggressive. She obviously was not very happy about my sister and I going to spend time there. And there was another occasion when I was 7 when she put her hands around my neck to strangle me, and my father had to kind of pull her off. But nothing was ever discussed, nothing was ever spoken about. And then at home with my mother and my stepfather, it was just a lot of drinking. My mother was very aggressive, and she would normally go for my sister, my big sister, you know, pull hair, kick, spit would come out of her mouth. But again, like I said, sometimes we would do Sunday lunch and it would all be quiet and calm at home. So you just never knew what you were going to get. When I was 12 years old, and I guess this is quite an important part of my story, as a family, so my stepfather, my mother, my little brother and sister and I, we all moved to the island of Menorca in the Balearic Islands. And so I was 12 years old, it was back in the 80s. Now back in the 80s, English girls had a bit of a reputation for going on holiday to Spain and getting drunk and having sex with waiters. And I hope they all had a lovely time. But when I was 12 years old, like this, I kind of got tarred with the same brush. So when I went to school, and my sort of first weeks at school over in Menorca, I didn't speak the language. I looked completely different to my peers. I was obviously fair skin, fair hair. So I got bullied, but they used to call me a whore. They used to call me a puta at the age of 12, because I guess that's how they viewed English girls, which for me, who was just a little girl, was horrifying. I didn't know anything about sex, and to be called a whore was just, you know, one of the most hideous, you know, bullying names they could have chosen. It was horrible. You know, growing up in Spain in that time, you know, there were not that many English people living over there, so it was kind of tough. Today, I'm thrilled with the fact that I grew up in a different culture and I speak 2 languages, and I love going back to Menorca, but when I was in my teenage years, it was hard. But listen, I know I haven't cornered the market on bullying. I know a lot of us experience that when we're growing up, and but I think for me, you know, the whole language barrier thing was tough. So anyway, so I started drinking when I was 12 years old and smoking dope. And I remember hearing a share when I came into CA. It was Earl H, actually, one of his shares, and he shared that when he took a drink or a hit, he was instantly happy doing what he was doing with the people he was doing it with. And that sums up my experience of drinking and using. So the first time I drank, there was a joint going around and there was a beer going around this table outside this nightclub. And I took a hit on both. And for the first time, I felt like I belonged. And it was wonderful. You know, it was like I could exhale. I think I was absolutely sick as a dog and embarrassed myself and threw up everywhere, and it was all awful, and that was the end of that night. You kind of would have thought I'd never do it again, but this is where my love affair with drink and drugs started for the next 18 years. You know, my progression with drink and drugs is really uneventful. It's like everybody else's. You know, I started smoking dope, was drinking beer, started taking pills. And when I was 18 years old, my stepfather bought me a one-way ticket back to London to go and find a career. And when I moved back to London, I discovered cocaine. So I was 18 years old when I found cocaine. Now, if my father was still alive today, my stepfather died about 10 years ago, but if he was still alive today, I'd have a conversation with him about the fact that you can't have it both ways, because he was really old-fashioned, and you don't educate girls. He didn't think you educated girls, but he sent me back to London to kind of go and find a job and a career. And what I know about us as addicts is that we are absolutely amazing at making things happen. So when I landed in England at 18 years old, I got a job straight away, and I got an apartment, and you know, I was really good at assembling things, but I wasn't very good at maintaining things. So I started out working as a receptionist at a recording studio, and it just so happened that I answered an ad in the newspaper, just really basic local newspaper, looking for a receptionist. And the recording studio is Olympic Studios in Barnes, and Olympic Studios was to the Rolling Stones what Abbey Road was to the Beatles. So I went to work at this really famous recording studio, and anybody that was anybody, any big band at the time that was recording came into the studio. And you know, for me, I was a small town girl. You know, music had never really been important to me when I was growing up. So one of the things I had when I went to work in the music industry is that I wasn't really impressed by these bands. So it was, you know, it was a great job for me to have. And, you know, I travelled a lot. I toured Great Britain, Europe, Japan with people, because when I was working there, a singer that was pretty famous at the time came in, and I went to be her PA for a few years. So I was introduced to cocaine, and for me, you know, it's a bit like Bill when Bill talks about it in his story. You know, I had arrived, and the reason I love cocaine is because, for me, it gets me present. It gets me right here, right now. So when I use cocaine, I stop feeling sad about the past, and I stop worrying about tomorrow. Now, obviously, I understand that with the benefit of hindsight, but all I knew is that cocaine did for me what I couldn't do for myself. And I carried on using cocaine for the next, I guess, 12 years before I came into recovery. And I always joke, I stole this. I went to a convention when I was a couple of years clean, and the girl, the woman that was doing the shared that she went from the yacht to the squat with her using. And that was exactly my experience, you know. And I joke about it with Monica. I had my handbag, hair and heels time when I was using, when it was all dinners out and a few lines after dinner, and that was all great. But then, you know, it descended into me using, you know, pretty much every day. And what happened was, when I was about 22, that music industry job dried up. But of course, I was going to all these parties and clubs and whatever. And in one of these nightclubs, there was this couple that were dealing coke, obviously. So I moved in with them in Brixton, in South London. And, you know, I'm kind of white, middle class. I speak the way I speak, I look the way I look. And they used me as a drug runner, basically. I mean, that's what I did. You know, they would give me a pouch of gear and a mobile phone and a driver, and I would go out around London dropping gear off for them. You know, that's what I did. Restaurants, nightclubs, Chelsea, Knightsbridge, whatever. And I fucking loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was amazing. You know, they kept me in gear, they kept me in cigarettes, you know, lobbed me money, you know, roof over my head. and I felt part of a family. I mean, how sad is that? That's when I first felt I had a family, when I was living with this family of drug dealers, and you know, and I'm running gear for them. And listen, you know what? We've all got a war story, but, and I don't need to tell you, you know, the things I saw and experienced were just, you know, hideous in that time. You know, I had no fucking business being there at all. But the madness is I felt safe and I felt comfortable with them. While I was working for them, so I'm running these drugs, and a member of the family worked in a hostess club. So I went to the hostess club, and I thought, you know what, I can do that. So I started working in this hostess club, and I was kind of pulled to one side by one of the girls, and the girls basically said to me, you can make a bit more money if you go home with these guys. And that's what I started doing. And you know, it's really interesting. It's not often that I go so deep and share about a lot of my past in my shares. As a woman today, I do have to protect my vulnerability. But I heard Martin earlier on sharing something that was personal to him, and I just thought, you know what, sometimes we might help somebody in the room, you know, with our experience. And so I became a sex worker. And I remember the first time I had sex for money. I left the hotel and I was in a taxi heading back to Brixton, and I counted the money from one hand to another, one hand to another. And I thought about two things. One, I thought about those boys in the playground that used to call me a whore, and I thought, go on then. I am now. I mean, it's sick when I think back, but I just thought, come on then. And the second thing I thought about was all the times I'd done it for free, that I didn't really want to. You know, because rape isn't part of my story, but I went to a meeting a few years ago and I heard someone talk about consensual rape, and that blew my fucking mind. Because the amount of times I had sex with people that I didn't want to have sex with when I was using, you know, and that's another thing that I'm in recovery for today. So I went on to become a sex worker. You know what, when I was in London, it was all kind of the Savoy and the Ritz, and it was all high class, and I could dress it up. But after about a few months of doing that, you know, I kind of pissed the people off in the firm that I was working with, and they suggested it might be a good idea that I got out of London. And that's what I did. And I moved into a refuge in Hastings on the south coast for women that are victims of domestic violence. And I felt like a fraud being there, funnily enough. You know, there were some other girls there that I felt like deserved to be there more than I did, you know. But while I was in Hastings, I went to work in a house. And when you work in a house, you open the door and you get what you're given. You know, it's not the, you know, the Ritz and the Savoy anymore. And I think the sick part was I didn't even need to do it. You know, it was just something that I did to feel part of. And I was talking about this earlier on as well. It was about power for me. Sex and money, it's all about power. Cocaine, you know, I'm so powerless. Where do I get my power? Well, sex, money for sex, and cocaine. It's a heady fucking combination that will keep you trapped. I started smoking crack, started smoking heroin when I was in Hastings. And you know what, again, I was talking about this with someone else. You know, when I was smoking crack and heroin in the squat, I always felt like I didn't need to be there, like I could leave at any time. Like I even separated myself when I was using, you know. So I think I smoked crack and heroin and worked in this house for about 6 months, and I woke up one day and I thought, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing here? And I got on a plane, I was 24, and I got on a plane and I went back to Menorca. So I arrived in Menorca, I go out, hit the bars, I scout out an old school friend of mine who's a dealer. Great, he becomes my boyfriend. Then I find out who he's buying from. I jogged him on, he became my boyfriend. You know, usual behaviour. And then I met an English man over there, and we got married. And what we did was we ran a club night over there. So we would spend the summers over there running this club night, and then we'd go back to Yorkshire in the winter. We did that for a few years. We just used the whole time. After a few years of being with him, I left that relationship. This is about 1.5 years before I got clean. And, you know, like we talk about hitting bottom in recovery, but I'd just been dragging along the bottom for fucking years. And when I got clean, I think I had a couple of relationships with guys after my husband who did not use like me. Everybody else I've ever had a relationship with used like me, and that was great. But these two guys didn't. And I think the first couple of months they went out with me, they thought, oh, she's great, she's cool, isn't she? She's fun. And then after a couple of months they'd go, oh, is this all you've got? This is it. And then they'd kind of, you know, make other arrangements. But what it did was it started to instill some shame about my using. And I was doing that, I mean, I was a full-blown cocaine addict trying to hide my using. You know, the old put a line out, flush the loo, run the tap, snort it, that whole thing. And, but it just sort of planted a seed. And when I got clean, I think a couple of weeks before I got clean, it was, you know, the planets were all lining up. All I did was use for 4 or 5 days, pass out, use for 4 or 5 days, pass out. Nobody wanted to hang out with me, literally no one. My phone only rang if anyone wanted to score gear, because I obviously put the fact that I was bilingual to good use and was selling cocaine to English people. I was skimming off them, you know, just really shit behaviour, you know, just, it was pathetic. And I think one of the things that happened is I knew that I had a hole in my nose, and I kind of blew my nose, and my nose kind of fell in my hand. And do you know what, looking back, I realised that it sounds awful, but I'm so grateful that that happened, because in that moment, I knew that I had done it to myself. Like, I could blame everybody else for everything else, but the nose thing, that was me. You know, I put the cocaine up my nose, and yeah, so, you know, it's all just a bit shit, and I put my hands up and said, I can't do this. So it was 2005, and I'm living on the island of Menorca. Now, Menorca's a small island in the Mediterranean. For those who don't know, it's like 22 kilometres wide by 45 kilometres long. It's tiny. Population's about 100,000 in the winter. And so we had UK television, and we'd seen the adverts, Talk to Frank, which was an ad campaign that they'd done in the UK for people that were struggling with drugs. And there was a telephone number. So I called the telephone number, and it happened to be the helpline for Cocaine Anonymous in London. Now, I didn't know anything about anything, didn't know anything about the fellowships, and it was the 20th of August 2005. It was a Saturday afternoon, and the guy that answered the phone is a man called Ian W, and he was doing service that day. And for me, this is kind of where, like we talk about the miracles, and this is where the miracles really started for me. So the guy that's doing service in London on that day, Ian, picks up the phone, and I'm like, listen, my name's Lucy, I'm 30 years old, I live on the island of Menorca, I think I've got a problem with cocaine. And he said to me, okay, my sponsor Paul lives on the island of Mallorca, which is the island next door. So I was like, okay, amazing. So Paul rang me, Paul called me, this booming Scottish voice comes down the phone, and he did that thing that we do where he shared a bit about his story. I didn't have a clue what he was doing. And he was talking, and his sponsor at the time was Danny F, who is a former New York gangster. So I heard New York gangster, and I thought, I'm in. These are my people. That's amazing. These are my people. So fortunately for me, Paul was doing a lot of service at the time. Obviously, CA in the UK was really small back then. And he was going to area, and the reason I say that is because he was armed with the facts about the online area of Cocaine Anonymous, because we worked out there were no meetings on Menorca. None of the fellowships were represented, either in English or in Spanish. I'd have gone anywhere, quite frankly. So he 12-stepped me into the online area of Cocaine Anonymous. Now, not to minimise anybody's experience who got clean in the pandemic, when I say online, I mean email. I don't mean videos or calls or any, it was an email forum. And what you would do is you would write subscribe in the subject line, send an email out, I joined Sisters in Sobriety, and then you were a member of the list, basically. So if anybody sent an email to Sisters in Sobriety, you got the email. And that's how I joined Cocaine Anonymous. And again, I wrote in Lucy, 30, Menorca. And what I got was an outpouring of love from women all over the world. I found it so attractive, and I'm talking emails coming into my, through my, I borrowed someone's laptop, I didn't have a computer. But it was so attractive, and these were women that were all over the world. There were loners like me. There was Alex in Germany, there was Marty in the Caribbean. There was, Monica was here she was in Den Haag, Karen in Amsterdam. And then there were some amazing women in the UK and the United States who had access to face-to-face meetings. Makes me feel emotional when I think about it. But they were coming online to carry the message to women like me who were coming in alone. And this meeting was amazing. They are the biggest cross-talking meetings of Cocaine Anonymous in the world. And people would just put out their little shares and people would share back. There were service commitments, there were readings that were posted. And what these women did is they engaged me. And they told me, they suggested everything that we suggest to people that go to a face-to-face meeting. Keep coming back, the 1990, I know we've nicked that from another fellowship, but keep coming to meetings. And it was suggested that I get a sponsor. So I applied for a list of women willing to be a sponsor online. And Monica's was the only name in Europe, and that's what I chose. The other women were in America, and I figured that we were on the same time frame. So I wrote an email very polite, I think, email to Monica. Would you mind, ever so be lovely if, would you be my sponsor? And I'm a cocaine addict, but I'm polite. And she wrote back this lovely email, and I remember one of the questions was I willing to go to any lengths? And you know what, I didn't know what that meant, but, all the cliches about my early recovery are true, that gift of desperation, I'd have done anything, it was, my using was shit in the end. And I just said, yes, I was, and Monica asked me to pray in the morning and ask for a sober day. Now, I'm a cocaine addict, so I thought I was cool as fuck. And people that were cool as fuck didn't pray. But I thought I'd give it a go anyway. And I kind of I got the spiritual element of it, and I just thought, oh, go on then. I didn't have anywhere else to go. But if I'm honest, I had that deep down fundamental idea of God. It was just really hidden by, me. So I was asked to pray in the morning and ask for a sober day. And what Monica did was she would email me chapters of the big book with questions, and I was to read the paragraph or the paragraphs, and then there would be a question, and I was to answer the question, relating my experience to whatever it was that I had read. And what she asked me to do was 10 minutes a day was too little, and 2 hours a day was too much, and I was to work on the questions somewhere in between. And that's what I did. Monica also got me into a 10th step, very quickly. I was to write every day, how my day had gone. And in the evening, if I'd had a sober day, I was to thank God. And that's what I did. And we went through the book, page by page, paragraph by paragraph, by email. No phone calls. I think we spoke to each other once when I first came in, and that was it. I didn't have money to make international calls. Again, there was no, WhatsApp or, I don't think iPhones had been invented then. So it was literally all done by email. And the thing that really, I guess, lands in my heart today is that every email I wrote, Monica responded to. Every email, I got a response. And I worked out very quickly, if I don't write to Monica, she's not going to write to me. And I worked that out. She had what I wanted, and I had to go and get it. And I kind of had, I went through the book, as outlined, you know, the program that is outlined in that book, went to meetings, I got service in Sisters in Sobriety, I posted reaching out on a Thursday, and I had a spiritual experience of the educational variety that it talks about. I mean, it's really not, that's what I got. I went through the work, found God, that's it, you know. I joined Hope, Faith and Courage, which is a mixed meeting of CA when I was I don't know, 60 days clean. And, you know, that's when I met Nick and, you know, some wonderful people were in those online meetings because most people were just there to be of service. So it was suggested that I start a meeting of Cocaine Anonymous on Menorca. I think, I don't know, 60 days clean, something like that. So I applied to Los Angeles to the World Service to get a starter pack, and it turned up. And it was just beautiful, this thing that turned up. It was lovely, big CA on it, and chips and literature. Because I'd never been to a meeting before, so I didn't really know what to do, so I kind of shelved it. I got a room to use, you know, didn't know what to do with it. When I was about 4 months clean, and again, this is something else that lands in my soul today, you know, at the time it was just like, oh great. Monica emailed and said, okay, you've written step 4, I will come to Menorca to listen to your step 5. So this person I'd never met before took 2 aeroplanes at her own expense, flew from Schiphol to Barcelona, changed planes into Menorca, and arrived on the 6th of January 2006. And we opened Cocaine Anonymous Menorca the next day. And she showed me how to have a meeting. And yeah, you know, that woman showed me how important my step work was. You know, she'd take 2 aeroplanes to come and listen to me, and how important it was. What Monica also did was she drummed service into me, because I think living on a tiny island, if I hadn't done service, I wouldn't be here now, you know, because we opened CA Menorca and no one came. No one came for about 6-9 months. And I'd go every Thursday and I'd put the books out and the literature out and the chips out, and no one came. And I'd come back and I'd write online, no one came. And like Bob in Tucson would go, because he was my home group, you know, Bob in Tucson would go, give it 2 years, mate. No one comes in 2 years, you can close it. I'm like, all right, Bob, give it 2 years. And then in the end, I didn't know what I was more afraid of, you know, no one coming or someone actually showing up, you know. Then what do you do? But people came and it was amazing, and my telephone number was on CA websites, and people would call me in January and say, I'm booking my holiday to Menorca in July, and I'd be like, yes, someone's coming in July, brilliant. And it was great, and we had this little room, but you know, we didn't have any money to keep it up, so the meeting sort of had them in my home and on beaches and around at people's houses, and it was brilliant. And I would spot these people. I'd meet them in the main square near where I lived, and I could spot an addict at like 20 paces, you know, and people are like fucking up. They're on holiday with their families, desperate for a meeting, you know. They were just so grateful to see me, like, yeah, you know, and I was so grateful to see them. And then I'd come back to the UK, I'd go back to the UK to conventions, and I'd just plug in, and it was just amazing. You know, if anyone hasn't been to a sobriety countdown, be here tomorrow, because they're fucking epic. You know, and that's what I did, you know, and I mean, CA Menorca was my bread and butter. I held every service position in CA Menorca for about 5 years. You know, Nick came over with his partner Melody, and people were wonderful. People would turn up and they'd be like, oh, you're on your own. And then they'd come back and they'd bring their prayer books or their reading books, and they'd leave them with me. And somebody would come back on holiday, they'd bring the scrolls in their suitcase. You know, people just turn up with gifts for this little CA Menorca. It was just wonderful, and I met some wonderful people, and we had 3 conventions. First year there were 3 of us, the second year there were 5 of us, and the last year there were 14 of us, and Peter O flew over from Hong Kong to do the main chair. It was the CA Menorca Rocks 3, it was brilliant. And yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to be introduced to the fellowship in that way. And yeah, like I said, if I hadn't done service, I wouldn't be here. So what have I been doing for the last 17 years? So I've been growing up. That's what I've been doing. I've nicked this from another fellowship. It's in their step 1, and they talk about recovery does not equal social acceptability, and that's what I wanted when I got clean, because I'm a really capable person. I'm really bright. I'm a really capable person. But my will was still kind of going over there, and what I thought was house, partner, job, car, dog. You know, it's all like trying. There's an expression in English, like it's like nailing jelly to a wall. You know, it just doesn't fucking work, you know. And I did a lot of that in early recovery. If I could just make it look all right from the outside, it would be all right. It just fucking wasn't, you know. The job went, and the house went, the partner went, you know, still had the dog. But, you know, and I was really arrogant because I was, oh, you know, God's taken all of these things from me. No, I gave them all away. You know what I mean? I didn't know. You know, it's just, that's me all over. I know how to get it. It was a bit shit at keeping it, you know. And I moved back to England when I was 5 years clean, because the on your own thing makes a half decent story, but the reality of it is I kind of knew that if I didn't come back to a place where people looked me in the eye on the regular, I was probably going to pick up at some stage, you know. So I came back to the UK, and you know, I am that woman who went from one relationship to another, hoping that I was going to find the answer. That is my direct experience. And then when I stopped doing that, I am that person that kept going back to the toxic relationship, hoping I was going to fucking make it better. I am that person. When I was 7, I did nothing but CA for the first 7 years of my recovery. And when I was about 7 years clean, I started to be, this is my truth. My story, and I know not everyone has the same, and thanks for listening to my story. Mine is that I needed to go to some other places in order to remain sober. So it was suggested that I go to some other fellowships and I have a look at my relationship with sex. It was suggested that I go to some other relationships and have a look at my relationship with food. It was suggested that I go and have a look at go to another fellowship to look at the relationship with my familial relationships. And it was suggested that I get some outside help. And I've taken every single one of these suggestions, and I really needed to, because I got to a point where, you know, I've got 25 sponsees, I'm sponsored, I'm taking reams of inventory, and I want to fucking kill myself. You know, that's where I got to at 7, 8 years clean. My stepfather died. The house of cards just fucking crumbled. And I'm so grateful that this has been my experience, because in Cocaine Anonymous I found God. In some of those other fellowships I found me. You know, and that's my truth. I went back to school, I went back to college when I was 8 years sober, because I've always winged it. Remember, I was that woman without an education, and I'm really bright, you know, and I went back to college, and I got a degree. I trained professionally, which was so esteeming for me. It was interesting hearing the workshop earlier on about dual diagnosis. When I was about 10 years clean, I had a nervous breakdown of sorts. And when I was turning 10, I loved it. Like the 6 months before I turned 10, I started to take the credit back. You know, forgot God, edged God out, one of those. I'm sitting in the back row of CA meetings. Every share I shared, I'm going to be 10 in a minute, I'm 10 in 6 months, I'm 10 in 3 months, I'm 10 in a minute. And then when I turned 10, I just 10, you know, I'm 10. And what I thought was going to happen when I turned 10 was that I was going to turn up at meetings and I was going to get taken off into a side room with all the other people that were double digits, and we'd all have cups and saucers, you know, silver-plated big books, you know, recliners. What I got was an anxiety disorder and a tea commitment at 10. You know, them's the breaks. But I'm so grateful for that, because for me, my relationship with anxiety just made me more devotional. I think it's really important to say that anxiety is not the spiritual malady. You know, there are certain co-occurring illnesses that we need to go and get outside help for. But it did make me a lot more devotional to the program, to service, and I'm so grateful for that, because I felt like I went back to the beginning again. So, where am I today? Well, I'm single, which I adore. My journey for me, has been to this point of being, it's such a cliche, but you know what, it was so painful to have a relationship with me. I didn't fucking want it at all. I really wanted a relationship with somebody else, and then I could just not look at me. God had another plan. And how I feel is that for years in recovery, I simultaneously ran away and towards this relationship with myself. And eventually I surrendered to it. I bought my own home last year, which is just an absolute fucking miracle for me, on my own, to own my own home. I put my focus on work. I was double promoted at work last year. I'm the lead member of staff at the treatment centre that I work for. Excuse me. I think God's telling me to shut up. You know, I'm sponsored. You know, I'm sponsoring women. And, you know, I spoke to my sponsor. I see my sponsor every Monday for an hour on video call. She's in California. And, you know, I'm going to finish on this. And she said to me, you know what, Lucy? You've done all the hard work. It's time for the adventure. And you know what? I'm only 16 and a bit years clean. That's what I know. I can't wait to find out what's coming next. And I can't wait to find out what's coming next with all of you. So thanks for letting me share. Thank you.
Lucy, thank you so much for inspirational share. That's fantastic. And I've asked Jasper to close the meeting with reading promises. Jasper.
Hey everybody, my name is Jasper and I'm an addict. The promises. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we're halfway through. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it. We will be comprehended the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations that used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always be materialized if we work for them.
Thank you so very much. And before we close the meeting with the serenity prayer, I have announcement that banquet will start at 6:30, and you have to go all the way to the left. If you pass the reception, you face the reception, actually it will be on your right. So banquet starts at 6:30, not 6:45. And will you please join me in the moment of silence, thinking about still struggling addicts, both inside and outside of the rooms? And will you please join me in the serenity prayer? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
If everybody, please, can take a seat and be quiet. All come in, welcome, welcome. Okay. Can everybody please sit down? Of zitten. Ja. Okay. An addict. Are there any other addicts in this room? Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for this amazing meeting with an amazing speaker. I'm gonna start. So if everybody can sit down, I'm going to start with some housekeeping announcements. Please pay attention. So, remark, this is a non-smoking event. Smoking is permitted in the designated smoking areas only. Let's demonstrate CA-HOLLAND's consideration for the hotel grounds by disposing our cigarette butts in appropriate containers. Please all turn off your mobile phone. If you're in a committee, if you're not in a committee, and give a put it down. Thanks. Maybe keep them in your pockets. Listen a little. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah, I know, right? The speakers and workshop at this convention will be recorded. Just pay attention. It will be over soon. Okay. There may be some here. There may be some here. Thanks, Callie. There may be some here who are not familiar with our tradition of personal anonymity at a public level. I want to remind you all that anonymity is one of the most important issues within the structure of Cocaine Anonymous. Traditionally, CA members have always taken care to preserve their anonymity at a public level. Our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion, and we need to always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, television, and film.
other mind-altering substances. 4. Each group should be never endorse, finance, or under CA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, less problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. Every CA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions.
From UK London. Whoop, whoop. But first, his introducee is going to be Monica. So give her a round of applause. There she is.
Oh, lots of lights here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica. I'm an addict. Very grateful to be part of this wonderful fellowship and to see that we managed it again. You know, another convention with a huge turnout and international people. Really wonderful. And Nick, I'm so honored that you asked me to introduce you because you really meant so much for our fellowship, but also to me personally. You are totally service, but some people are only service and they don't have sponsees and they don't have a sponsor, but you do everything. You have every part of recovery covered and you are always there for us. You are one of the people that were very helpful when we started CA here, and we often didn't know how to do H&I, what PI was, what an area was. All these area petition things, we had no clue. And you and also Jackie were really always there to help, to explain again, because it didn't make sense to us. You know, and we are really on your shoulders, and it is so wonderful to have footsteps before you, and not just someone who says, follow me, but you could always, you were always willing to answer questions, you would answer the phone, you would answer emails, you would come to speak, come to support, and it's really been a great help. And so CA-Holland owes you a whole lot. And people who know Nick and have met Nick here know he's really a good talker. You know, he has no problem talking. But not all of you know that he's also a very good listener. I had an issue in the area level, the whole complicated thing, and Nick was talking, and I'm a little bit introvert, so I always wait till the other person gets silent, and then I think I'm going to say my thing, but it didn't happen. So I thought, okay, Nick, I said, you need to be silent for a little while, because I want to tell you something and I think it's important. And then, okay, it's okay, I'm doing that. And I could really tell you the whole story, and it was a little bit of sort of criticism maybe, but you were totally, I saw in your head like, what's she saying, what does it mean? And then I saw that you got the message. And that was really very meaningful, because you were really the only person I could discuss that with. And it's really such a, you know, some people do service and they start to tell people, you know, do this, do that, or you can't do this, and that is not allowed. And you are really the kind of leader that is a leader in a way that you really want to follow. And that is, I think, how Bill W. meant it. So a big welcome for Nick.
I learned that people will wait. So I'm Nicholas Stitch, and I'm a cocaine addict. I did other stuff, but cocaine was my favorite. And I love Monica. So just in case you don't remember, the first meeting of Cocaine Anonymous in this country was in Monica's flat. Philip was there. I think Edward might have been there. Jackie was there. And they started it. And that is the reason you're here. No other fucking reason. So they created somewhere for you to come to. And that was my experience. That Cocaine Anonymous was waiting for me. I didn't get here straight away. But before I launch into it, I'd just like us all to be silent for a minute. Jackie S, for Edward, and all of those who can't be here today because they've passed. This stuff kills people. This is the moment when people start vibrating and think, oh, please start speaking, it's uncomfortable. I love going up to newcomers and hugging them for at least 2 minutes. They are terrified. That was done to me. Anyway, start at the beginning, said Alice. Keep going, and when you come to the end, stop. So I'll start at the beginning. That was Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. It was one of my favourite books, just behind Winnie the Pooh. You might think, what's that got to do with cocaine addiction? Quite a lot, actually. Alice followed instructions, and that's what I do. That's all I've done, follow instructions. So I didn't hear all the speakers. I did hear Lucy this afternoon. I was very moved. I've known Lucy a long, long time. She gets invited to tea at my house for cucumber sandwiches, and we chat nonsense. It's great. One of the thing about being sober is you can chat nonsense, so it doesn't matter, and no one criticises you, and because our job is to talk nonsense, and this is good practice. So when newcomers come and talk to you, and their job is to talk nonsense, to already practice talking nonsense and listening to nonsense. And again, that's from Alice in Wonderland. You know, it is my job to listen to people who are absolutely lying. And be interested. So Jackie S taught me this trick. So they come in and they go, Nicholas, I've got something to talk to you. And this happened when I was a trustee and a delegate. I will tell you how I got it. I go very roundabout. So I go, really, Robin? That's fantastic. And they've been going for 10 minutes, you know, something really important. And towards the end, they've completely forgotten what they're talking about, but they insist in keeping talking. They go, well, Robin, tell me more. And they're not quite sure. And they go, well, that was fantastic. I've just seen my wife. I've just got to go for a cup of tea. And then 2 weeks later in the meeting, they go, oh, I had a lovely chat with Nicholas. No, they talked a lot. I ignored them and went and had a cup of tea with my wife. But apparently it works for them. Definitely works for me. You know, and I've cultivated this face that looks like I'm interested. I had this sponsor, and he said, Nicholas, are you still speaking under the delusion that I'm either interested or even listening? And he was right, you see. I had to learn to be quiet. When I went to my dealer, if I kept talking, he'd go, I've just had a hit, shut the fuck up, I'm busy, wait. Remember, oh, did you have lovely dealers? Hello, Nicholas. Tea, coffee, caviar, vodka? How are you? Mine would threaten violence. And I always reminded him I was left-handed, and I sew. Please don't break my left hand. It's all right to break my right hand. Imagine that, I'm negotiating with the dealer which hand to break. There's insanity. There's step 2, right there. 1 and 2, unmanageable, completely insane. So, you know, your mum phones you, how are you doing? Well, I've been negotiating with this 6-foot guy who's got a baseball bat not to break my left hand. Apart from that, it's been fabulous. Been taking cocaine, chasing women I'm not supposed to, you know, driving cars. One of my first spiritual experiences was driving a car, which I owned. Nothing to do with God. It was just like, oh, it's like when you get your first key to a flat and you've paid rent. You think, oh, this is fun. I pay this and I actually live here, you know. And so I don't have to tell you I stole cars, because you know I stole cars, because I just told you a spiritual experience was driving a car that I didn't own, or did own even. So I'd like to say my life was terrible when I was a kid. It wasn't. It was difficult. So my father had nephritis at 19. That's failure of the kidneys. So basically, he bought a ship, a ticket for the ship Titanic. And the only way you're going is if you've got a ticket on the Titanic is down. And then he got several forms of cancer, and he got Crohn's disease. He had ECT, electric shock treatment. And I always wanted to know what that was. So no one would tell me. So I used to wet my hand, walk over to an electricity socket and plug myself in. And I thought, that is not very nice. And they're doing that to my dad. Now, I don't know, it made me a drug addict, but it definitely made me a bit weird. Because I used to tell kids at school, and people would come with straitjackets and take me off places. You know, I mentioned suicide about 10 years ago, and 2 policemen and an ambulance turned up, and that was sober. People take you serious when you start talking about that, but no one took me seriously. And he died. And I'd already started drinking. I took Jimi Hendrix acid tabs, 2 on the tongue. I remember nothing about that funeral at all. And I wore a pink knitted waistcoat. It was the 60s. And emotionally, I couldn't cope. Couldn't cope. I didn't know what to do. And I go to school and meet people, and my nickname was Bastard, because no one had ever seen my dad. So I took drugs and drink, because I couldn't cope. I didn't know how to cope. I'd skip school, and they'd go, if you keep skipping school, you'll end up nowhere. Well, he's wrong, because I'm here at a convention, but we all make mistakes. Someone tried to teach me to swim when I was 12 and threw me in. At age 17, I picked up a javelin and threw it at him. The good news is I missed. My mother had to beg, because they were going to do me for attempted manslaughter. I was disturbed. I was definitely disturbed. You know, normal people do not go around throwing javelins at people. By this time, I was on DF-118s, so they're black bombers, they're speed, because I like going fast. And we used to buy a magazine called Oz that was written by a mad Australian, and it had Rupert the Bear on, and it had a 2-page full disclosure on how to take cocaine properly. You have to wash your nose before, and all the instructions. And I couldn't wait to try cocaine. Like, you could ask most kids, and they've either started when they're 12 nowadays because it's new, but then cocaine was expensive. It was about 90 euros a packet. It wasn't cheap, and it was quite good. And I spent from 16 to 22 looking for cocaine. It was like, get up, look for cocaine. So I was on the way. I remember when my first sponsor, Billy, who died in COVID, and he said, what took you so long? I said, pardon? He said, well, I've been waiting here. I'm 12 years sober. Where you been? I said, how did you know I was coming? He said, well, you're here. He said, my job is to wait, and if I help you, you must wait too. I said, who for? He said, I don't know, but they're on their way. I knew you were coming. He said, they are legion. He said, I know you're clever. Your mother and father are teachers, you told me. And that's one of the main things I try and help with people now. It's waiting for people. I met this man called George, and I went to AA first. So I got struck sober on the 8th of July, 1992, which makes me 30 years, 8 days today. I was thinking of a dear man called Mark Houston, who I met regularly says on the CDs, you know, I didn't come all this way to talk about the steps, so I'm not going to talk about the steps. I will tell you I've done them, but I'm going to give you more practical stuff. So I met this guy, Billy, and he said, I've been watching you for a week. And I don't know about you, but if I take lots of cocaine, I get really paranoid, and even when I stop, I'm still a bit paranoid. And I thought, what? You're watching me? What the fuck are you doing? He said, I've been watching you. He said, you're stealing our biscuits, drinking our tea, looking at our women, and you're not doing any step work at all. This is not how it works. I want you to sit at the front, keep your mouth shut, and say nothing. You might learn some shit. I went, how long have you been watching? He said, from the day you came in, I can see you're in trouble, and you're trouble. He said, you've been hiding at the back. I said, what do you mean I've been hiding at the back? He said, I've seen you. You're at the back where the lights are. He said, but you're screwed, he said, because we've got a set of newcomer lights, and we can see when you're new. And he went, I said, newcomer lights? So I turned round. I said, I can't see any lights. He said, well, of course you can't see any lights, because you're fucking new. And that was the end of that. And it was just, he's just brilliant. Whatever I said, he had an answer. And he'd quote the book at me, but he didn't say it was from the book. He'd just come up and go, easy does it, and just wander off. Just wander off. And I think, what the fuck does that mean? So I go home and read the book until I found it. I thought, clever bastard. He had me reading the book without telling me to read the book. Sponsors are like that, you know. So I tell people not to do anything, and then they do it just to spite me. I think, result. Because we're like that. You know, stamping at your feet and saying no. I couldn't get some food. I don't eat croquettes. Monica will give you the long story. I don't eat croquettes and I don't eat canned soup. So I said to this man, can you help me? And he just walked off. Anyway, at this point, I started getting agitated. So I'm hungry, agitated, and a bit tired. So I said, well, they're eating other stuff. You see, I'm like a Rottweiler, but I'm Rottweiler plus. Rottweilers will eventually let go. I won't. I said, where do you get that food? I said, is there another special kitchen for special people? He went, well, there's an a la carte menu. I said, so why can't I have a la carte? Anyway, nothing happened. So I went and saw the assistant manager. See, sober, you can confront someone. So when your sponsor confronts you, it comes from a Latin, confrontare. It means to ask with love what the fuck you're doing. So I said to the assistant manager, I'm being treated not very well. Can you find me some food? Martin was there. I said, Martin, where do I get food? Everyone's going, well, yes, nobody give me any food. Anyway, eventually I got some food, and the assistant manager brought me, personally, bowed and apologised. Didn't give me a bill. But because I'm sober, I went and found him, bowed back, asked him how much you want, and I've just paid the bill. Because that's what sober people do. You don't think, oh, I flew all the way to Amsterdam to get a free meal. You just think, I've had a meal, I didn't cook it, I didn't pay for it, I should pay for it. And I was taught that early. So Billy took me somewhere, and he said, right, we're going on a train journey, and we're going here, and I hear a bald man's doing the chair. Been conned again. And nobody checked the tickets. So I said, well, we didn't have to pay a ticket. He said, stop right there. That's alcoholic thinking. If no one ever paid any ticket, we wouldn't have any fucking trains. Pay the ticket, whether anyone's watching or not, because God sees all, and he sees your ass, because it's sorry. And I like that. I'm a sorry-ass cocaine addict. Anyway, I started making the tea. Oh, by the way, I was living with a using heroin addict for my first 3 years of recovery, because easier, softer ways for winter, you know. I just thought, live with a using heroin addict, it'll make it interesting, challenging. We can see if these steps work. And they do, because I'm here and she's still using. And I used to go home and I said, I'd like a party. So about 50 alcoholics and drug addicts came to the house, didn't get drunk, washed up, left the house tidier than it was. And she said, oh, have another party, they're welcome anytime, you know. It's a bit of a mess if you've been smacking up, you know. And joking aside, she went, they really like you, don't they? They're really nice people. I wish I wanted to stop, but I don't. And there are some people in this room who don't want to stop. They're here for some sort of party. But that's okay. No? I used to take heroin and pull my teeth out with pliers for something to do. And in sobriety, I've paid lots of dentists, lots of money, but put them all back in. So life is circular. You know, and I've got great teeth. For someone who's 68, I'm doing all right, you know what I mean? And that is, again, because I'm sober. So Billy said, I think you should make tea. You should come for an interview. I said, pardon? He said, interview. He said, I'm Scottish. I can't drink English tea. You will make tea like this. You will get a big teapot. You will put 30 bags in it. And you will time half an hour before the meeting, you will turn up. 3 of us will come along and test the tea. And if it isn't any good, you're not making tea. He said, because strong tea can be made weak, but weak tea can't be made strong. And he said, I'm fucking sober and I'm sponsoring you. You're not sponsoring me. Arrive. Anyway, I arrived there half an hour, set all the tea up, got all the cups, put them in alphabetical order. They almost had names on, but I thought it was going a bit too far. And they didn't come for half an hour. I said, where you been? They said, well, we just want to see if you're willing. Old school willingness. It's a bit like the man on the Niagara Falls. Old school AA joke. So, sponsor takes a sponsee to Niagara Falls, and there's a man in a barrel, and he's going to walk across the Niagara Falls, a rope, with a bar. And he said, what do you reckon? He said, that is a man who believes. So he says to the sponsee, do you believe? He said, I believe. He says, that's fantastic. He said, go and ask him if you can have a piggyback and he'll take you across. He said, fuck that. He said, well, that's called faith and that's what you need. Belief is easy. You have to have faith that God is going to help you. Not belief, faith that is going to happen when it gets bad, when it gets good. You see, I never learn anything when it's going well. When I've got a car outside and a woman there and money, and you've heard it from Lucy, and her version was looking for men, you know, I've only learned when they've walked away. I used to go up with this artist called Mary, and she met my mother, and he said, he lies, he exaggerates, and I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him. And do you know what? She didn't, and nor did I, and nor did my mother. But apparently, I was a cocaine addict, and I was suffering from a spiritual malady. But you don't know that when you're 15, do you? You just think, well, Mary's a bit of a cow anyway, I didn't want to sleep with her. Because I'm self-centered. I think about me, I don't think about her. I never wake up sober and think how everyone else is. I think, yeah, well, it's bollock, yeah, I'm all right. And then I think about other people. I still think about myself. This is a self-centered disease. I've got a lovely friend, and his granddad built the Channel Tunnel. He has wealth. I don't know about you, if I have a bad day, I have a bar of chocolate, he changes the colour of his Porsche. Do you know what I mean? He's got that sort of money. And he said, it's not that I wake up and I think greatly of myself, or that I wake up and I think less of myself. It's just that I think of myself all the time. And you could put that in the big book. It would make sense. It would make sense. You know, I never wake up and think, how are you doing in Germany? I think, Germany, yeah, right. I'm worried about what I'm going to do, when I'm going to eat. Who knows? But in recovery now, I have learned to change that. You know, this is about love and service. Jackie was just fantastic on love and service. She'd come up to you and say, Nicholas, she said, so nice that you're going to be the convention treasurer. We had no discussion about this. So it was just like, basically, you are going to be the convention treasurer, and I'm just informing you. So it was no good praying to God. You just asked Jackie, and she'd tell you what you were doing. And but she didn't come across like that. She just said it's love and service and love and service. She was about that big. And she could stop an entire convention. She was a thunderhouse. She was just fantastic. And she was the first person that I ever met to CA. So I didn't leave Billy. I started talking about drugs. And I went to this AA meeting, and someone said, would you like to share? And it was on me. So I talked about crack for 45 minutes. There were 4 people left in the meeting when I'd stopped, because I'd forgotten it was Alcoholics Anonymous. And one of them was a lady called Amanda, and she said, you should come and meet my friend Jackie. You'll be doing the chair tomorrow. So I didn't come to CA as a new person. I came as 2 years sober. And Jackie was waiting for me at the bottom stairs, because she'd met the same bloke. She was waiting. I said, oh, hello. How are you? I said, I don't know. She said, correct answer. Because if you know, you've been thinking about yourself too much. do you take cocaine? I said, as much as I can get. She said, that's fantastic, so do I. Let's go and have a cup of tea. And we became friends for life, because we've got this thing. We've got the similar solution. We want to be able to stop taking cocaine. And basically, I just started at the beginning. I did the Alice. So I made tea. So I don't know about your meetings. Our meeting was about 20 people. It was one of the 6 meetings in the whole of Europe, and we knew everyone. So when anyone died, we all buried them, just to make it look like they had a few friends. You know, this meeting was about that big. Not about that big. And if someone didn't turn up, 5 of us would phone or go around the house and go, where the fuck are you? We need help. We've got a new guy. You'd help him. And it was tricky. And I was able to instill and pass that to Denmark, one of my sponsees is over here, to Sweden, to Robert, to Monica, to Karen down in Amsterdam, and share my experience about doing this stuff. When you fuck up, you will learn so much. Practice fucking up, make mistakes, break traditions, collapse, be in pain. So I said, are you mad? I went, nope, I'm now 18 years sober. Just fucking do this stuff, you know. No pain, no gain. We don't make this up. This is real. Until you lose a wife, until you lose a child. You know, anyone can stay sober. Billy used to say, anyone can stay sober. Are you a fucking fool? That's right. He said, this is not a stopping disease. This is a don't start disease. If you don't start that shit, you don't have to stop. And I thought, yeah, that never occurred to me. You know when you're smoking crack, it never occurs to you, do you? Oh, I could stop this. I always think I'd like some more, but never I'd like to stop it. I never thought I'd like to start smoking crack. It'll be good for my health. Ever. Anyway, so I come to CA, and I spend about €30 on tea and biscuits for 1 week, for one meeting. And this guy was visiting from LA, and he went, I heard you like it. He said, you all share by mobile phone. And I went, yeah. Would you like me to phone your ambulance before I chin you or what? You know. And they think we're different, but we're all the same. It's just that it appealed to me. It had cocaine before the word anonymous. And I thought, I like the sound of that. And I never left. I don't keep coming back. I never gone anywhere. I meet people and they go, hello, Nicholas, how you doing? I go, I haven't slept with you. No, wasn't married to you. That's fantastic, I said. And who are you? Remind me. I meet so many people. He said, oh, I'm Jezebel. I met you 28 years ago. I said, that's fantastic, Jezebel. And how are you doing? He said, well, I'm 3 hours back. Get a lot of that. And of course, you get all the people that don't come and tell you they're back because they're dead. They didn't make it. They're not having step 2 today. They're in the madness. So completely sober, they decide to go out and have another go. That is the insanity right there, just there. Completely mad, you know. Step 1, it says, and I said I wouldn't tell you about the steps, but of course I will. Step 1, in the 12 by 12, it says, under the lash of alcoholism. It doesn't say I had a couple of sherries with my mum and I felt a bit bad. Under the lash of alcoholism. So under the lash, 17th century punishment, written out to sailors, tied to the mast, and if you were beaten and you didn't die, you got a result. That sort of cocaine taking. Not half a gram for Christmas and I'll save a couple of lines for Easter because my mum won't get offended. You know, if you're that, go home now. Because you just think that bald bloke's exaggerating. How could he possibly do more than half a gram in an hour? Well, he can do that in a minute, do you know what I mean? If you're on one. And going back to my progression. So I was forgiven for the tea. I met this woman, and she said, have you got any organic, Vedic, Himalayan tea made by naked monks or something? I mean, some old stuff. And I went, yeah, we got that. So I get the Nescafe out and just give her the coffee or whatever it is. And about halfway through the meeting, she interrupts the meeting. She went, oi, I've found the Nescafe jar. It's not fucking organic. I said, oh, right. I said, crack smoking whore yesterday, and now my body's a temple. She went, oh, right. And then I turned it around. I said, so you could make coffee with me, and then you could choose what you want. She went, what, you'd let me do that? Apparently, I was expressing love. I was trying to pull her in. So I got her attention. So there's lots of ways of getting attention of people. So I met everyone making tea. If you haven't got any friends, put your hand up for tea. And remember, smile at the bitches that say it's rubbish. Just keep making the tea. Because if they could make better tea, they'd be making the tea. I meet a lot of people who complain. Experts can find goodness in anything. It takes an expert to do that. Any fool can complain. You'll notice I'm using the word expert and fool quite a lot. I'm fool most of the time, expert occasionally. And I'm not an expert at recovery. I just haven't died and I haven't used and I'll keep doing it. You know, I know a lot of people in this room. A lot of people. All the people that hear this, when it's recorded, I will know a lot of them. And I was talking to this young lady here, and they were having a little sort of, how many conventions? So this is my 128th convention. I have been to a lot of conventions. Now, I haven't spoken at all the conventions, but I've been to them. I've been there. One of my favourite posters is the John Lennon one. He's in the door and it just says, "You should have been there." Well, I was there. In 1994, when there were 6 meetings, when I met Jackie and Philip, her to-be husband, and all those boys, I was there. When he woke up out of a coma after a crash, looking like a fucking metal bridge, he thought he'd gone to heaven because I was at his bedside. It completely freaked him out. He said, "What the fuck are you doing here?" I said, "I sponsor you. I've come to see you're all right." You know, it's being there. It's not talking about being there, but being there. In psychobabble terms, it's holding space, just being there. A lot of people don't know how to do that. You've got to practice. Anyway, back to the meeting. So eventually I became GSR, and I thought, oh, power. Quite like power. Someone talked about power. Lucy talked about power. So the GSR requires more time than the secretary. So all of you astute people will have worked out that the GSR has power. But only the power to carry the message of what the group desires. There is no personal power, it is shared power. A new concept for someone who smokes crack or takes cocaine or is egocentric. I had never thought of, oh, someone else might be in charge. I might turn me into we. But that's what the first step is. We admit. Not I fucking took charge, we admit. So when someone says, "Do you sponsees?" I went, no, they're supposed to admit. They phoned me. You know, this guy I met, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like that. So I was only 10 years. Only 10 years. But I was only 10 years. First 10 are quite difficult, by the way. So if you're under 10 years, you've still got some shit to put up with. And the next 10 years are quite tricky too. And then, of course, as you get the last, you know, in my decade, because you know what the right thing is. You know what the truth is. You've done some step work by now. Because if you're here for 30 years and you haven't done any step work, you got sparks going out your ass. I've never met a real addict that can survive without doing the steps. You know, even just a basic version. And you go to these meetings, right? And my sponsor then was called Jim. Now, I like Jim. He don't take cocaine once. He was a complete nutter. He used to walk around with salukis, with these elegant dogs, and Russian newspapers. A, he hated dogs. B, he didn't speak Russian. And he was supposed to be fucking 20 years sober. I love it. It's just like crazy shit. And I just thought, I'm going to ask this man. He's my sort of fool. Anyway, Jim had wise words. He said, I think we should do some H&I together. I know you're in CA. He used to call it CA, because that's a Dutch company. He said, why don't we do some prison work? Oh, that's fantastic. So we went to this prison, right? And he said, well, I've been here before, so I'm going that way, and you're going that way with that man. I thought, yeah, all right. So we went this way, and they went through this locked door, and they slammed it, and went, prove. He went, not making tea in Chelsea, mate. Jim had talked to him, obviously. Then we went across this square, and there were dogs. And he started walking faster, and I started running. He said, dog doesn't know what step you're on. Don't run, or it will bite you. Bloody hell. Got to the last thing, and he said, yeah, not making tea in Chelsea, is it, mate? This is prison. Behave. Anyway, I see Jim, and I see this cell. 3 blue books. The Quran, Bible, and the big book. Jim says, which book are you talking about? I said, last one. He said, correct answer. He said, I have to go now. Get locked in this cell. My name's Jimmy, and I killed my mother in a drunken fit of rage. My name's Dad. I killed my mother, the 2 dogs, both the children, and ran over a school group. My name, and everyone had killed someone apart from me. So they were murdering alcoholics. Hello, Nicholas, you're new. Would you like some tea? We've saved up a tea bag for you. The humility shown by these men. We only get a few tea bags, and we are told you drink tea. Would you like us to make tea? Please, can we make tea for you? And thank you for coming. So if you haven't been to prison and helped someone, why not? Why not? That would be a question you might like to consider when you go to bed tonight. Oh, the bald man said, why haven't I been to prison yet? He didn't tell me I was a slag. He just asked me why I hadn't been to prison. Think about it. They can't go to meetings. They ain't coming. Anyway, this guy shared he'd killed his family in blackout and he'd been given life forever, throw the key away. And finally got a parole date. This is in 94, 2025. When he comes out, I'm going to meet him. I'm going to go and find him and tell him he's very brave. Because that could have been any of us. A couple of hits too much on the pipe, bit of vodka in a car, and you wipe out an entire family. And they put you in jail and you think, I didn't even remember doing it. Yeah, but you did it. All the problems of our own making, says it in the book, our own making. Not my mum's, not my dad's, not the beatings, not the people calling my dad a bastard. Me, I did it. Would you like some of this? Yes. Could I have some more? Could you front it and I'll pay you on Tuesday? I was never going to pay them on Tuesday, and they were never going to front me it, but, I'd always ask, and occasionally some idiot would give you it. Oh, take a spoonful out of this bag. God, with bag and spoon. Didn't return the bag or the spoon. That's what I'm like. But cocaine